title.
Yeah, just call it that title and be like, all right, guys, this is a DLC to Elden Ring extension gameplay, new game, something, whatever the fuck. Gauntlet
Honestly,
run against every boss we've ever made.
they could be real funny and just it drop in a tweet like, by the way, we partnered with Capcom, and this is the official title on the box with the starring Dante sticker in the bottom.
Starring Dante.
And that's
He's
how
one
we
of the
find out it's a
playable characters if
crossover.
you beat the game.
Yeah. For extra fun, it has to be Dante from DMC3.
Of course, obviously. So,
Yeah.
I called out sick yesterday.
Yeah. I remember responding to something you sent me the night prior, and then you didn't say anything until 8 o'clock last
Yeah.
night.
So effectively what happened is I was up at 7 in the morning and I was like, I'm not feeling too great. So I went and called out and then I walked back to bed and then I slept until 8 o'clock and then I woke up at 8 p.m. and was like, oh, I should get my girl frontline dailies done. And then I meandered over to the computer and I did the dailies and I responded to a couple messages and then I was like, I'm still pretty tired. And then I walked back to my bed and I back to sleep until 1 a.m.
I see.
So I effectively slept about 23 hours yesterday.
Oh, you woke up long enough at 8:12 to just string a bunch of O's together, and then I guess passed right back out.
Oh, is that what I did?
Well, you said
Yes.
lol, but there's just a ton of O's in the middle of there.
Lol. Yes.
And then there was nothing else. I'm like, he's probably fine. He responded. He's probably fine.
Well,
But yeah.
also, I gotta say, I was a
Yeah.
little worried last night because Sneaky was sick and Nose sent, like, he sent what may be the drunkest series of like.
Oh, okay,
he
okay,
literally-
great. I am so glad it wasn't just me.
Wait. He sent it to you privately as well?
How many people did he send this to?
Well, so he hit 3 of us at once with a group chat.
Yeah,
course.
He
where
hits you.
yeah.
We don't know anybody else because no one else has come forward.
No one really talks to Nose besides us, so.
So that's at least 4 people he sent that to. This is not including any friends that he doesn't do Discord with and just has them in as phone numbers.
He doesn't have friends.
He generally uses Discord.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so yeah, that's what I woke up to. I was like, either A, Nose was concerned I was gonna go kill myself. B, then I was like, wait, would he care that much? And then I was like, wait, is Nose gonna go kill himself?
Like, listen, I want to be clear. My first thought when Nose sent that was concern. My second thought was that those words simply exude drunken energy.
No, then I read it a third time and I was like, oh wait, no, he's just drunk. Yeah.
Yeah. This wasn't a 2 a.m. panicked call from someone with you slurring your words.
Yeah, no.
This was oh okay, I'm not drunk, he's drunk.
But yeah, so that's what I also stumbled back to
I want to
my
be clear.
computer to
I
see
am
that.
not
And I was
making
like,
fun
oh.
of Nose. I'm not making fun of you. Simply that
I am.
the words you said, I was like, holy shit, it's actually the drunk guy at the bar telling you that you're a friend.
Yes. That's pretty much what I got as well. You're a good friend, you're also a shitty one, just wanted to let you know, just saying we're cool.
That, yeah, that...
we got some context for that as well. Apparently he had a drink for every shitty game at the Game Awards.
That's
Not
rough.
sure why he decided to play that particular game.
Yeah, even I would have been skeptical about doing that one.
I'll be honest. I don't watch the Game Awards. I just let the people in my life dumb enough to watch it keep me up to date. Even
See,
I would have figured,
I
like
watched Asmongold
2018,
watch it,
starting at
which kept it
2018.
entertaining.
That's just a gamble.
Yeah,
That's just a
no,
real gamble starting
it
in
was bad.
2018.
It
But
was
hey,
really bad.
we got a new FromSoft crossover out of it.
Yeah, I guess.
I get a pile bunker in Elden Ring. It's a good time for me.
Oh yeah. Speaking of which, did you guys just fucking see they straight up are gonna add gliding in, and they're
Yeah.
cribbing notes heavily out of the Wushu mod, and they're gonna add in aerial maneuvers.
Oh my god.
It sounds
all I
like it's
saw,
all character
all
based.
I saw was the gameplay trailer, which
It is, it seems.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm down for that. If they're taking inspiration from mods, then best to them because some of those mods
No,
are
no,
really damn
like
good.
it was literally it was literally gameplay. It was the guy was wielding a glaive and he launched himself into the air.
yeah,
And
in
then
fact, they
Get
also
staggered.
had wings and summoned a bird at some point too.
yes, that too, yeah.
The bird gets summoned
I
by
I
multiple
think
people.
Did
I
they forget to
only
give
saw
Sun
I only
Wukong
saw
some
it
of
summoned
his
once.
powers in Blacksmith Wukong and put him in Elden Ring?
I mean, the whole thing looks interesting. I'm just glad they finally are like, okay, you guys have wanted seamless co-op for fucking ever. Here it is, finally. Like,
Yeah, and
especially with what Elden Ring was.
For once, I'm not gonna complain about it having like the hero shooter-esque split the characters up,
Yeah.
because one, I know that every character at their base is still going to have the exact same controls, and the only difference is going to be equipment and some abilities.
Yeah.
Two,
Yeah, it's
not
I'm
enough
mixed.
hero shooters have a pile bunker, so I give a lot of slack for that
Yeah,
alone.
I'm of a mixed bag about the whole pre-generated character thing, but at the same time, I understand that if this is just supposed to be like a, you know,
Fun co-op
experimental
thing.
programming test, then and then they're obviously also reusing all of the assets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if this is how they're going to figure out how to do seamless co-op for future Armored Core games, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah.
Same. It looks
Because
like a solid
On the other
game
hand,
regardless.
FromSoft is the perfect example of a game company that learns from their past and build. They take what worked and build on that, and they take what didn't work and try and revamp it
Yeah.
as a side experiment.
Yeah.
And
But not
sometimes
only
it's
that,
just
if they make the move sets on weapons more diverse, like say glaives launching you into the air so you can do a fucking meteor impact with them, just because of how fucking cool that is, and who gives a shit about realism in a game like that, then I am 100% for it.
But
Yeah,
important question:
gonna get a
are we going to
complaint
be
from
running
me.
around the world when all of a sudden you just hear pling, pling, plong, and then Gwyn comes out of nowhere to haymaker you?
Pling, 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 pling,
It's
pling,
Gwyn
pling,
with the
pling,
steel
plong.
chair.
No, guys, Gwyn comes out. I'm tired of you parrying me. I'm a field boss now. Okay? That you can't parry!
I'm the
Oh,
firstborn with the steel chair!
I'm gonna be honest. I think it'd be a real fun gag. It's like, oh, that's the Cindered Soul. Why does it have a gun? Where'd he get the gun?
This is my soul of cinder!
Imagine if
No,
Gwyn
no,
had
no,
a secret.
no,
My
Imagine if
shining paw!
No, imagine if Gwyn had a secret interaction if you used the Sekiro fucking crystal tier to parry everything.
No,
and
that's
just
what it
fucked
is.
You over.
You have to fucking fight the soul of cinder in a mech.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll do that
Oh
happily.
yes, the ultimate Elden gear.
This is the weapon that'll surpass the Elden gear.
Oh, Gray's upped
damn
it
it.
even worse. Gwyn has the parry.
Yeah.
And it's Ornstein with a steel chair!
Honestly, if this really does just turn into like have every single boss from Demon Souls going forward, I'll consider that a win.
Oh no, it's
Well-
Smoke with the boom hammer.
I'm including the Sekiro bosses in this as well because there are some really cool ones in there that I didn't
If
get
the
to see. 'Cause
Sekiro bosses
I
just full
bounced
out
off
kept their
Sekiro.
fucking mechanics, because
Oh,
we know
no.
that's in the engine still.
Oh,
Oh, good lord.
Oh,
Ishin in
God.
there would be amazing.
oh man, how many people are shaking off that Genichiro fucking rust?
Fucking
Oh,
Millennia
please,
comes
God, no.
out, Sekiro boss mode engaged. Oh no.
It's Ella with the steel chair.
Yeah, it
I'm
could be
honestly
good. It
looking
could be
forward to that.
good.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
definitely an interesting experience, regardless.
Oh, so in other news today, everyone, everyone should congratulate Sign on having the 5th most popular story in the Tanya section.
Hey, good job, Sign.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
He's got a long way to go, but I'm sure with the 8 chapters he's behind, we will catch up and possibly take at most 3rd place. Pretty much everything past that is going to be impossible to beat. Just flat out.
Yeah, congratulations, Sign, until you add your first sex scene and then you go back down to below 10.
Yeah. Well, that's
Eat
how
a
it goes. Yeah.
dick.
Yeah. Kaz, you gotta give the guy a break. You know, he can only write what he knows. It's not his fault that what he knows is,
Debauchery.
well, no, I was gonna say a really, really depressing sex scene, but yeah, that too.
Oof. God damn, Sneaky.
It's not Sign's fault, he's always been subpar.
Look, if you had to put a quality meter on it, it would be trash.
Oh.
Okay.
Nose isn't here to take the flak today.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
I mean,
drunk.
in fairness, Nose kind of already did take flack. The drunk flack.
Yeah. Well, he
Yeah.
wasn't here to take it, though. He was just, being shelled in the general direction of. But, I'm feeling like we can probably manage.
Well, we looked at, what, Naruto for like 40 minutes and talked for the rest of the time on fucking Tuesday. How about we go back to another classic, Harry Potter?
We already did Harry Potter last week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We do Harry Potter so much.
So we'll do Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh,
Oh, Full Metal Alchemist.
been a
Meth.
while
That
since
was-
we there.
That's been a while.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Episode 18 finally dropped of SA.
The Five Senses. Alphonse Elric plans to fuck Riza Hawkeye. Part 1 of the harem. That's
What?
Okay.
What
All
did
right.
you just say?
No, you heard right.
we got simple things. Actions have consequences, and simple
shit.
things are the hardest. The Elrics and Rockabelle lives from human transmutation to state certification. Rated for gore and medical horror.
Now new and improved, redone in September 2024.
Oh,
V2.
God.
All right. Well, I guess we have to read it, gentlemen. They claim V2. It's in the contract. We have to read it.
Yeah, seeing that
No, it's
30
not. I never
follows
signed
and
that contract.
35... Seeing that 30 follows in phase, I don't believe them.
Oh, that's rough. More reviews than favorites. That's ooh. Okay. Spam message. The literal tripe. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic use of title for this story. All right. Okay. So I'm not seeing a lot of good opinions here. Just talks about Tumblr and more please, and I'm in college and I don't know what quality is, and I think this is the best story ever.
Oof.
Don't worry, guys. The future generations are in great hands. All right,
lie.
so this is a story I've been wanting to tackle for quite a while, but I always chickened out when starting writing it. I'm really confused because I don't even know what this story is about. Like, yeah, sure, human transmutation to state certification, but that's like the entire section before Full Metal Alchemist even starts. So is this just supposed to be a novelization of the prequel?
Essentially, yes. But also, wasn't the Ulrich brothers with those two others to get training during this time, and the Rockbells didn't see them for a while until they actually went for their state certification?
I have no idea. I mean, Winry was the one that made him his arm.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Because it's been years, so.
I have no idea. Finally, my friends convinced me to write it, and I'm having one of them beta it for me because I want this to be completed with the utmost quality I can manage. Due to the intense nature and deep exploration of the Full Metal Alchemist universe, this is going to cover everything for the prequel. As an author, I'm not known for disturbing imagery, but this story will contain disturbing imagery. I just want to make it clear that this story will contain disturbing imagery. Of course, this is not me trying to scare you away. I just want you to know that this story will contain disturbing imagery.
How many?
Anyway,
are they getting paid per time they say disturbing imagery?
Possibly. No. So anyway, warnings for this chapter will be gore and disturbing imagery.
Biggest red flag here is having a friend as a beta reader and probably one who's not going to actually
tell them what's wrong.
Criticize your writing.
Oh yeah, this would be deadly drinking game if you drank every single time I put the word blood in the story. I can drink to that.
I'm getting a drink for that.
It's my most ambitious endeavor yet. Let's get started. Update 8/26/2022. Edited chapter. Update 2/2023. Edited chapter. Update 4/25/23. Edited the chapter again to improve story. 8/7/23. I edited the chapter again to improve the story.
Have they tried editing it? Have they tried editing the story off the site?
9/24/24. I've edited the story again, but I think this is the final time.
Press X to doubt.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. One moment, I almost forgot the most important thing of reading. You know what the most important thing for reading is?
Alcohol.
Alcohol.
No, it's making sure you're not allergic to the alcohol.
Ah.
Yeah, very important, very important. So let me just grab my allergy relief here. All right. When Winry, did you misspell her name?
I think they did.
Winry?
No, they got it right. Comes home alone from the market, Panako thinks nothing of it. The 11-year-old sets several paper grocery bags on the table, including the two Edward and Alphonse had shoved into her hands. Ed and Al said they'd be here for dinner, but they had to do something at their house first. And Ed said that they'd have a surprise for us when they get there. Winry says matter-of-factly as she begins pulling vegetables out of the bag. Okay, I mean, that's a... all right. Did he now? Panako asks, inspecting the proffered vegetables. I mean, they weren't proffered. They were pulled out of the bag.
Preferred.
Hmm?
Preferred. Proffered. Preferred, not proffered.
Well, I mean, still, they're not being offered to her. So despite my pronunciation of the word, it's still the incorrect usage.
Yep, fair.
If it's another weird transmutation, I'm gonna throw it in the fire. She chuckles, semicolon. The Elrics have made a name for themselves, giving her unique alchemy-made gifts. Pinako moves to join Winry in the unbagging the groceries. I'm making the boys' favorite stew tonight. Care to help me when it's time? Of course. After half an hour of playing fetch with Den, Panako calls Winry back to start dinner. The grandmother and granddaughter work on the stew, and in an hour it is ready. Panako has poured as much milk as possible into the pot, semicolon. It's the only way she can get Edward to consume it, and the best part is he has no idea how much she uses. If he knew, he would never eat another spoonful. Hinako finds herself chuckling again as she fills Winry's bowl. If it's a milk-based stew, that's kind of fucking obvious.
Now,
I thought that
He
Edward
didn't let
only
you get-
didn't drink milk. He still ate things like cheese and all that.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't like straight milk.
which, I mean, weird, but whatever floats your boat. Armless
I
freak.
guess. Yeah.
No, his reasons given in the wiki actually makes sense. It's a disgusting white liquid that comes from cows. It's tripping his disgust there. I can get it. I don't agree with it, but I can get it.
Yeah, okay, see, here's the problem is, though, right? That logic is literally the logic of a child.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
it's the logic
only-
that a child gives you, and you say, shut the fuck up, child, and consume the sustenance.
Yeah. The only
Yes.
Milk.
way that excuse makes sense if he walked out of his house one day and saw some guy with his mouth on the others.
Right, yeah, basically, right. And
That would
it's
traumatize
like,
anyone.
well, no one better tell him what honey is then.
Ah, yes, bee vomit.
Meat.
Bee meat, yeah, you know, they take the bees and they blend the bees down, and then squeeze the bee blend to extract the honey. I learned that
that's-
from the
that's
PETA.
Fucking gross.
Mm.
Yeah,
After
that's
they
what
killed a
PETA
million
was
bees.
distributing.
After they killed 1 million bees.
Yeah, they have to kill 1 million bees per bottle of honey.
Wait, PETA actually claim this?
Yeah.
So they'll just outright lie, okay?
Well, they've been, bro, they've been doing that forever.
Okay, but I didn't think they'd go for such an obvious fucking lie.
Bro, they fucking just kill people's pets.
And then say that you're bad for wanting meat and then going against us for killing your pet.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, you know, there's a lot of things, like, I will draw the line, right, at the, that special fucking coffee that comes from, I think it was Brazil, where it's a special, type of coffee bean that has to be processed in the intestinal tract of a badger. And
Yeah, the kind they feed the badgers or bats or whatever.
yeah, they have to feed the badgers the beans, and then they collect the shit and wash the beans off, and then they can process it into coffee. And I'm kind of just like, yeah, no, actually, I'm gonna draw the line on that one.
No, I think it was monkeys. They have to do that.
Yeah,
too.
that's what I thought it was a
Well,
monkey.
there's a few different
Oh,
ones. There's a few different
weasel
animals.
as well.
Weasel, right? Yeah. There's a couple that it's like that, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, like, okay, like milk. milk's actually made to be drunk. Sure, the milk was made to be drunk by baby cows, but it was
But you can
made
drink
to
it.
be drunk. And we eat baby cows, so I'm pretty sure the milk is fine. Honey, it's made to be consumed. In fact, it's so made to be consumed that bears consume it. I'm pretty sure we're fine eating that one too. No, nothing in nature's really going for the weasel shit to eat the beans out of it. You know?
You sure? I don't know.
Except humans. That's because we fed the weasels the beans in the first
I'll be
place.
honest. Can
That's
you
because humans are
imagine
weird about
trying to
coffee.
explain that one to an alien?
The shit
yeah, the shit
beans?
coffee.
The beans out of the shit and boil them and drink the juice from this, and aliens are sitting here just bleh.
You know, it's
The
also
alien
actually
sitting there. Bro, I didn't know these people were fucking savages.
it's actually really interesting with the whole what I always find the vegan arguments against honey and shit really funny is any beekeeper will tell you that if the bees don't want to produce honey for you, they'll just fucking leave.
No, yeah, bees will fuck off.
They'll just leave. Like they won't stick around in a location where their honey gets harvested unless they're okay with their honey being harvested.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it happens, because sometimes the beekeeper will come out and they'll be like, alright, time to check the hive, and then the hive's just fucking gone, because the queen was like, yeah, we're done, and then just flies off with the whole swarm, and it's like, well, alright.
It's usually because you took too much.
Yeah, pretty much. But, yeah, no, I mean, it's just, like, they produce a lot of extra honey, and basically the transaction is we get some of that honey, and they get to have a really good hive that's reliable and secure and safe from intruders, and we take care of them mostly when we try to. So, you know, it's a good trade-off for them. And so they stay and make honey. Yeah, so it's kind of just like, you know, vegans are like, "Rah, you're forcing the bees to produce honey." It's like,
No.
The bees are gonna make
Not
honey no
really.
matter what.
yeah. I mean, you know, it's the same thing with like chickens. Like, you know, yeah, sure, they can't get away, but like, where are they
Having
gonna
too
live?
many eggs is extremely bad for chickens as well. And it can
Laying
get
too
stuck
many
inside
or
them.
keeping?
Keeping and
Yeah,
having
yeah.
it stuck inside themselves. Like they usually do need help, or they could just die from it.
Well, I mean, that's sort of
Yep.
like a mixed bag because we kind of bred them to that point, and like, unfortunately, cows, horses in some part, depends on the breed. Cows, horses, you know, some breeds of sheep and goat, alpaca. A lot of these animals have been selectively bred over the years, not even intentionally to be dependent on humans, but if you were selectively bred for how much wool you produce, it doesn't really take into account what you would need to do in the wild to get rid of that wool. So you end up with cases where like a sheep gets away and it ends up producing like 120 pounds of wool that it can't get rid of.
Can't see out of,
Yeah,
but
like
dead.
It's just a ball of wool and twigs and mud.
yeah, so it's actually considered animal cruelty to not shave alpacas and sheep and some species of goat because they have gotten to the point where they've been specifically bred that they need to be shaved by humans. Same thing with cows, is that at this point in time, cows have been bred so much with the assistance of humans, and so many weak variant of cow has persisted through many generations that a lot of cow birth requires human assistance at this point.
A
Stuff
lot
like
of
that.
the insemination also requires human assistance. Cows and horses both.
Yeah. I can't really speak too much about the horses one because I know that there's a fair bit of intentional breeding on that end, so
Yeah.
it might just be a case of that we want this specific horse's semen in this
Well,
specific horse.
a lot of the times, the mares don't actually like the horse they're meant to be paired with. So,
Well, yeah.
breeders got to do what a breeder's got to do.
Yeah. There is that going on, but
She'll-
it's just
The mare will kill the prize stud by kicking him to death.
yes,
if they don't.
yeah. But that's less not able to survive in the wild and more intentional selective breeding by humans. I'm
Yes.
talking more about like if all farms shut down today, what would happen to the cows and the sheep and the chickens? The chickens would all die because the chickens, again, heavily reliant on humans. They're able to survive somewhat in the
no.
wild.
Not all of them. We've got them down here where they're pretty much wild. You let them run around in the yard. They sleep in the trees. They lay wherever the hell they feel like. They are adapted to the wild. It's just the not the farm chickens, the chicken house chickens. Those would all die absolutely.
Yeah.
Those are all bred and raised in captivity.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's not just that. 'Cause, I mean, we have chickens on at the home property as well. And they're fairly like free spirited, and they go out and do their thing. And it took some time training them where to lay their eggs and shit. But because they used to just lay them out in the fucking yard all the time, and it was annoying as shit. But these chickens wouldn't survive in the wild. And the reason why that is because there's a lot of fucking chicken hawks around here.
Or you got coyotes and other predators.
There's not a lot of coyotes up here in New Jersey. Pretty much the only species of predator left in New Jersey is the hawk.
Dingo took my baby.
But yeah, never forget the fact that my stepsister got rid of our rooster because she didn't like it, and then like 8 of our chickens died.
Excuse me, what? What do you mean she didn't like it?
She didn't like the
Didn't like
rooster. It scared her.
Huh?
Yeah.
How old was she?
Old enough to be scared of cock.
Funny.
God damn it.
Well,
Kat.
she is a lesbian, so.
At least she thinks she's your sister's been fairly inconsistent according to your statements.
Yes. But yeah, no, she was afraid of the rooster, so she got it killed. She trapped
How
it
did
in a
she get
cage.
it killed?
She trapped it in a cage and brought it to one of her friends who also runs a chicken farm, who then slaughtered the rooster for food.
What the fuck?
Ah.
Wow, that's a dick move.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was karma because then, her entire flock of chickens died, because a bunch of predators came and killed them all. And I got to be very smug about it, because I was just like, sister, if only you had some sort of protective male of the hen species to save the hens from these predators.
I feel
She's
like
like-
I remember you bringing this up on the SDM about how stupid she was because of this.
Oh yeah, no, like literally it was within the week the entire flock had been picked off.
Mm.
And it's just like, dumb bitch. But
That's pretty sad because you know what roosters are really good at doing?
defending the flock.
Fighting.
That and making a fuck ton of noise when they know they need backup from the human taking care of them.
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
that
see,
too.
it was really funny because the rooster didn't fuck with me anymore. Because he came at me a couple times and I would just punt him across the yard. And then we kind of just like got into an understanding of he doesn't come at me and I don't punt him across the yard.
You literally established the pecking order, yes.
Yeah, quite literally, yeah.
It's usually
same-
how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
The animal pushes boundaries and you lay them out. and
You
eventually
show
you'll
the
do it.
animal that you are in fact larger than it. But yeah, she just wouldn't listen to me because she kept like shaking in her fucking boots trying to approach the chickens and was all super nervous and scared. I'm like, you're setting him off. And then she wouldn't fight the chicken when it came at her. She would just scream and run away. And it's like,
Yes.
you are
the
literally...
best defense strategy.
Yeah, it's just like, you are literally showing yourself to be weaker than it, so he's going to harass you. That's just how it goes. Just punt it. And she's like, no! Okay. Then she fucking goes off and kills it, and then all the chickens die. It's like, wow! Genius move there! Fucking... It scared her.
I missed that part. Oh, that. Did she at least put the corpse to good use?
No.
Did it adorn anyone's table that night?
She gave it to her friend who killed it and ate it. She doesn't want to eat it herself because she named it.
What the fuck?
That is one of the first things. That's some of the earliest advice I've ever heard from a farmer. If you're gonna raise animals, if you name that thing, you better keep it. And don't name anything else.
Yeah.
Yes.
You get one animal to name.
Well,
Only
you see,
one.
she actually named all 8 of them.
Oh, what an
Oh,
idiot.
dumbass.
That is 8 meals that she deprived herself of.
Yeah. And then the avocado, the oldest one, stopped laying recently. And I was like, you guys know you have to kill that now. Because avocado's gonna get all the other chickens to stop laying as well. And they're like, no, but we can't kill her. And then a chicken hawk came and killed her. And I was like, well, you know.
Right, taken out of your
Na-
hands.
Nature finds a way.
Nature
Nature disagrees with you.
finds a way.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck?
It really saddens me how many people are like, I'm gonna do this thing, and they're
Yeah.
just not built for said thing in any capacity.
Yeah, no, it is, yeah, pretty much. I mean, she is a
And-
very urbanite individual. Yeah, it's just
Urbanites should
kind
be forced to live on farms for a year.
Well, no, because Sneaky Sister shows why that doesn't work.
I'm sorry, do you
Yeah.
want those farms to fail?
Yeah.
I mean, do we have to talk about
No.
Unicorn Ranch?
I'm sorry, what?
Unicorn Ranch.
Never heard of it. What is it?
It's where a bunch of urbanite trans people went out to go start an alpaca ranch to fight the patriarchy. And they started with 200 alpacas and finished the ranch with 0 alpacas.
Oh.
Oh.
Those
How did
poor
they fuck it up
alpacas.
that bad?
Well, they stuffed 200 alpacas into a 1-car garage for bedding. And they didn't shear them because they were having off days. And they
God.
sometimes got fed. When again,
So this is just a bunch of fucking idiots that don't know how to take care of an animal. Like,
well,
Yeah.
it's a bunch
Yeah.
of fucking idiots who don't know how to take care of an animal, combined with someone whose emotions are heavily reliant on their ability to take a prescribed medication. Which
I mean, yeah.
also does not do them favors towards regulating their emotions.
I mean, yeah, if you took a bunch of depressed people and had them try to run a farm, that could you could get a similar result. Oh,
Yeah,
you should probably have a few people that, you know,
aren't. Yeah,
work normally.
yeah, yeah. Did not pan out great. No. They also did like $500,000 in fraud, so that was cool.
Mm.
Of course they did.
I think we discovered the real reason they made that ranch then.
Oh, no. The real reason they made the ranch was for the whole oasis from the cruel, evil, sexist, racist patriarchy of America, fascist, KKK.
So virtue
Yada.
signaling.
Well, yeah, but they were all actually trans. But no, the fraud came after when they realized they would actually have to take care of the alpacas and feed them and shear them to make a profit selling the wool. They thought, I don't know, I guess the wool just fell off the alpaca and they would just magically turn into a ball of yarn.
Oh yeah,
How
that's
did they
how
not
that's definitely how it
understand that?
works.
But
No?
yeah, no, once they realized they would actually have to individually clean and shear each alpaca and feed them all every day, they started relying on GoFundMe to basically make up for lost profit.
Mm.
Except the
Course.
GoFundMe didn't go
Idiots.
to anything that they said it would go to. Instead, it went to a lot of dildos and drugs. A lot of dildos and drugs.
Could have done without that info.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I
Could
really
call
didn't
it
need
Bad
that figure.
Dragon Ranch if you know what I mean.
Please stop.
I was having the thought, but I didn't say it.
You don't need to vocalize these thoughts.
I didn't want to vocalize it.
That was aimed at Sneaky.
The boys will be along, eat up while it's hot, girl. Winry couldn't argue with this. The Rockabellers may have eaten dinner without the boys, but as late as they may be, they were always reliable in the end. Winry devours her stew, and halfway through, Pinocchio joins her. They finish up and wash the dishes with no sign of the Elrics. Okay, so really weird tensing issues here. Like, it's going into the future, them having already eaten the dinner, the next sentence pulls it back, now they're eating the dinner, then they're finishing the dinner, but it's...
You know what that
Yeah.
means, Sneaky? It needs another edit.
Yeah, it needs a V3.
Well, no,
sounds
according to
right.
the author's note, this will be like V7.
But, yeah, I'm just, some walls of text, yeah, I'm not really feeling this. This is a pretty long chapter. I'm really not feeling, reading all of this. What do you mean this story has 6 companion chapters? What do you mean see
Jesus.
chapters 2, 6, 21, 25, 26, and 30? What the No! Oh god, I hate authors that do that sort of shit.
Wait, what?
Carry on. Ed and Al were best friends as children with author self-insert female. And author self-insert female. An ancient clan of holy priestesses with connection to God. After a tragedy happens to everyone, they decide to go together on a quest to regain their connection with God. With magic and alchemy on their side, they will find their answer. Edward times female author self-insert.
Of course.
Of course, obviously. As one does. I will, of course, obviously, as one does, post it here. In case anyone was curious enough to want to read that. Let's see what we got here. We got strawberry wine. The vast former farmland of Hawkeye Estates is home to a reclusive alchemist and a lonely little girl. When her father takes an apprentice, how will Riza's Hawkeye's life change? And how does she feel about Roy Mustang? Trigger warning, harm to animals. child abuse and children making out.
Oh my god.
Why?
What? Why? Why the animal harm?
Well, I'm more curious as to why we possibly needed for a underaged AU relationship between Roy and Riza. They're both of age. Why can't we just have a story about them being of age and having a relationship? Why does it have to be children, author?
You know why?
Because they
Sneaky.
need it to be weird, Sneaky.
I know. I know. Son of Flame. Being the son of the Führer and first ever elected president, Roy Mustang, sounds like the coolest thing out there. What? The Führer.
Did you say Führer?
That is what they called him.
And the president.
It is.
Yeah.
I thought the Führer was a monarchical dictatorial role, not a elected role.
No, it's can be elected.
All right, well, if you say so. But 12-year-old Lucian, author self-insert, knows it's a lot more chaotic than people would think. Post-canon, slice of life, basically the kids stalk their parents, so I have an excuse to write Riza times Roy stuff. Okay, well, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, author. I mean, I'm not interested in your story, but thank you, author.
I mean, sounds kind of fucking dumb anyway.
I mean, it is kind of lame where the entire story is told from the perspective of the kid who's eavesdropping on his parents being lovey-dovey. A little bit weird, but...
A little?
Yeah, it's just a little bit weird. Less weird than the children sex. Yeah. For what it's worth. I can't get enough of you. An 11-theme collection of Roy times Winry. Why?
Fuck
Why?
off with that.
Why? Rated M for sex, humor, and nudity. Why?
And nudity that you can't see.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. You see, Sign, when they describe the apple rotating in your head, what happens?
I see an apple.
Then they're showing you nudity.
No, I'm showing me nudity. You are describing something. I am imagining it. I am creating it in my mind.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
But, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. I mean, on top of it, it's 11 chapters fit into 4,000 words. Not feeling that one. Yeah. Not feeling that one. These are the consequences of the PG-13 announcement on TV.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
They think that if they see a boob on the screen, they have to announce that in the ratings.
Yes.
I mean, they do. That is how ratings work.
No, I mean in literature.
Oh,
If
I see,
somebody on the screen takes off their clothes, in literature, in a written work, they have to say, "Oh well, this is lewd now. It's MA. It's PG-13." When you're literally not seeing anything but fucking words.
Well, I mean, when people read your stories, they are also seeing fucking words.
Yes, true. But that's wow. They knew what they were signing up for.
I don't know. I don't think
No,
a
I was
lot of
pretty
people.
explicit.
No, I don't think a lot of people see, Venom and Vista teaming up in Brockton Bay and go, oh boy, I sure hope this story isn't just full of all the author's fetishes.
Oops.
With prepubescent children.
Yeah,
Whoops.
fuck off. And she wasn't prepubescent.
Yes, she is!
No, she's not.
Wasn't she 14
We've had
after
this
you said you aged
discussion!
her up?
You aged her up by 2 years! That makes her 13!
I aged her up. She's legal. She's 14. Wait,
She's-
what? I remember
We've
that
had-
exact. That's how the
we've had
conversation
this
went.
discussion.
Oh, damn.
Yes, this whole discussion where I got to hear the other side of it. And then I also laid him aside for being a fucking moron and not Googling the character's age. It's
Yes,
freely
I
available.
forgot how old she was supposed to be canonically.
You're not helping your case.
No, I'm really not.
No. The mere existence of
I plead the
Predatory
fifth.
is a black mark on his record. I don't know. I don't know.
I've done worse than Predatory.
Yeah, he's done worse
I've
than
been
Predatory.
Worse than Predatory.
Signal to
Oh
noise.
yeah,
I've got at least
that's not worrying to hear.
I've got at
Yeah, you
least
shouldn't
one
be-
thing that'll never see the light of day and went straight to the commissioner. It's never getting out because of what it was. Even
That's
I was
fair.
like, no, I'm gonna have to. No, I can't publish this anywhere. It's not even going on the paid service. Not even my subscribers get this. No,
Mm.
Mm.
and I'm never doing that again.
That's fair. But can I interest you in this quadruple priced furry commission?
No, it wasn't first shit. Okay.
I know. Full Metal Alchemist, Testament to the Brothers of Sin. Edward Elric gave up his dreams on defeating Dante. Who the fuck is Dante?
I was about to ask.
Oh, did
Huh?
they cross over with fucking? They did, didn't they?
Buso no Renkin.
Huh?
I mean,
Oregon?
I want to be clear.
Mm.
Edward
That
Elric would
is
never have a
thing
chance
I've
of defeating him. So
heard, but
Well, this is not Devil May Cry Dante, so I don't know. But then he opened
I don't
the
remember
gate
thinking
for
about the Renkin.
Alphonse and returned without him after the Thule Society invaded. What? To unwittingly provide their true presumed dead half-brother with the key to mass production of the Philosopher's Stone to transmute God. The price of cherishing Al was to condemn both worlds. A crossover story with Buso Renkin. Okay,
Well, that's
so
I don't know
disgusting.
what that is.
you do realize, author, there is a crossover section.
They don't.
I'm probably not, no.
Anyway, goodbye.
Great chapter, enjoyed it. We got a classic, weirdo poster here on every single chapter. Oh, it's every single chapter, isn't it? Yes, it is. All of the reviews are from a spam bot trying to false flag someone.
That the same
Oh,
kind of
that's-
thing from the other one.
that's so nice.
A different direction. But yes. It's a whole lot of words that I can't actually say out loud probably, so I'm just going to I'm just gonna post them here because it's kind of funny. It's a real roller coaster
Someone's
of
for the ducks.
yeah, it's a real roller coaster of events.
Oh no.
Why the fuck would you put this in somebody's reviews?
What the f-
I don't know.
What? What the f- What?
Wow.
Like
Just
I said,
wow.
it's a real roller coaster of things. And then we have another review spammer. Okay. Jesus Christ. Which is, it's just, I don't even know. It's some fucking wall of text about some other guy reviewing stories. Like, damn. Wrong section, dipshit.
Huh.
Post. And then actions and abuse. In the wrong category. Crossover story in the non-crossover section. Man, I really just it really grinds my fucking gears. When people pull this shit.
Well, they do it because they know they're not going to get nearly as many views in the crossover section.
I know.
Because people rarely go looking for that.
That's my point. I don't care. Oh, my views! It's fan fiction. What the fuck do you care about views for? Oh!
Money.
Well, they can
Literally
eat shit.
money.
It's fucking fan fiction. They can do it for free. Earning money off fan fiction is a privilege, not a right.
True.
Why did I look at chat? Why did I look at chat? Why did I do that? That was a
I
mistake.
regret it.
That was a mistake. Blah 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 blah. Roy time.
No, sorry, man. Y'all were talking that he had done all this messed up stuff, and I was like, I'm gonna mention that.
Okay, thanks, Salvor. We
Hey, though.
really appreciate it.
Please,
That wasn't a
do not,
challenge,
please do
Alvor.
not perish on the stream.
I'm sorry, man. That's why
No,
I was
you're
sitting
not.
on mute.
Yeah, it's
Take
all
it
good.
easy.
Yeah, so anyway, another Roy times Hawkeye story, with some super contrived circumstance that makes them actually finally fall in love. But apparently this super contrived circumstance involves blood, violence, abuse, implied sexual content, and, setting people on fire.
So not the actual sexual content. No, just we're going to imply it. It's going to happen off
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, we're just gonna imply it. The rest is gonna be just abuse. We're just gonna viscerally describe the abuse, but not the sex. Because sex is naughty.
Ah, yes, of course.
People draw the weirdest lines on things sometimes. It's just really weird. Oh, yeah, we're gonna show you burning someone to death, but oh boy, him putting the penor in the vagine, that's a little bit too spicy content.
True.
Hmm. Ah, but these days it's
Yeah.
No, I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, no, probably shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't.
Ring of Fire! Guess what story it is? That's right, another Roy times Riza. Two strangers. Dog shit AU coffee shop and shit, whatever, no one fucking cares. Why would you go to the Full Metal Alchemist section for a coffee shop AU? Who knows? Another Roy times Riza story with a bunch of AU shit to make their relationship occur off screen, because that's what everyone reading a Roy times Riza story wants, is they want the relationship to happen off screen. Parallels. What would happen if an A10 Warthog went back in time? Not a lot. An A10 Warthog doesn't contain a lot of ammo or fuel.
The A10 Warthog is an incredibly fuel inefficient vehicle. Its job is not to fly long distances. Its job is to fly 30 minutes away, delete everything within 20 kilometers, and fly home.
Yeah, you waste all of its ammo in the process.
Yeah, but this author believes it can fly for days on end and have infinite ammo. It's on God mode.
Alright, so suppose a fully loaded and fueled Warthog wound up in, I don't know, World War II Germany. It could do some serious damage in the first half hour, and then he's gliding home.
Not even. You forget, he's not making it back across the ocean. Like,
oh no.
He's got about,
No,
I think the
different
peak
territory.
operating time of a Warthog fully loaded down, I think that's about like 3 hours at best. And then
that's combat speed.
With maximum ammo, we're talking maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, they don't just have the big nose guns, they can also carry bombs and missiles.
Rocket pods go brr. Also,
one use rockets? Yeah. Those are gonna last real long after you use them once.
They go big boom, but you know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, but again, the problem is how much damage can a single plane do? And the answer is not much. It's a plane. It doesn't carry a lot of ordnance.
No,
they can mess up one tank column, and they don't even hit the Tiger. Its axle just breaks on the way to the battlefield.
Yeah, but like it's the kind of thing where, like, okay, if you put it in
Saturn was in retrograde.
Place, yeah, look, if you put it in the exact right place at the exact right time, like, oh look, it's a D-Day beach landing. Okay, it's not going to do anything there, because as funny as the chin cannon is, it's not getting through a bunker.
No, it will. Those are depleted uranium rounds. It will punch through those small bunkers that were on the D-Day. It won't go, through a big bunker, but it'll chew those up.
Well, I mean, there's also a reason
those bunkers withstood direct impacts from, like, 20-inch guns, right?
I don't think they did.
Yes, D-Day
the
bunkers.
Parts that were buried, the parts that were buried did. The parts that were on the surface with the machine gun nests, those did not survive. Not all of them, anyway.
No, because
some of them did.
They also found out that
the
bunkers were made out of substandard concrete.
Oh yeah, that too.
Well, some, yes.
Actually, in terms of peak impact, it might have actually made the most significance during the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah.
That was when the U.S. almost got trapped and meme encircled like it was a game of Hoy, right?
Yeah. Thank God there was 5 scouts who somehow convinced the advancing German army that actually the U.S. was waiting for them in a giant trap.
That's
the most
how war
ridiculous
goes,
shit in existence.
Oh man, it's almost on the tier of a Chinese dude playing a lute to stop an army from walking into an undefended city.
What's insane is like the entire scenario around it, because They were they were a preliminary scout force. They were the Rangers before the Rangers existed. And they got handed heavy machine guns instead because the general in charge didn't believe that the Rangers would ever be useful or amount to anything. So he just gave them heavy machine guns and told them to defend this useless village.
And then all of a sudden you walk into an entire company's worth of heavy machine guns and you go, ooh, there's probably infantry support.
Yeah, and because they were
no.
Rangers, they knew how to, like, dig really good foxholes and shit and fortify a place. So they said, fuck it, we're just gonna do that. And they did that. And because the Germans were shelling them for, like, non-stop for, like, it was like 48 hours or some crazy shit before they advanced finally.
Yeah.
The Germans, when they saw how much machine gun fire was returning to them, fully believed that actually it wasn't 6 dudes in a prayer gunning them all down. It was actually 100 dudes waiting to spring the trap on them. So they held out and didn't advance because they thought the guys they were fighting were just the forward scouts.
Yeah.
And fucking Himmel shows up and is like, what the hell is going on here? Why aren't you advancing? And then they're like, but the American army.
It's a trap, boss. The fuck it is. Walk into it.
Yeah, it turns out that the guys that stopped moving were the guys at the front, and so no one could get by them. And that's how the Battle of the Bulge was saved, was because Himmel's entire army was not able to advance because of 5 dudes and machine guns.
That's how it do be. Oh, also, Peak Coffee Shop AU, Warhammer 40k, Angron is sentenced to eternal customer service for disappointing corn.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
I don't think anybody deserves that kind of cruel and unusual punishment.
No,
But, anyway,
no. Erebus does.
Point being is that I know that feeling, Alvor. Point being, you just have to learn how to laugh differently. The A10 Warthog isn't going to accomplish much. I'm sorry. Not like no. Oh wow, flying plane in a land that doesn't have flying planes. Yeah, it's gonna do a whole fucking lot. Against all their tanks. Oh wait, they don't have tanks. They have fucking people that shoot tank cannons. Oh shit, son! You ain't doing fucking dick with that Warthog.
Actually, the Warthog is explicitly used for casts. Mowing down meat is what it does best.
Yeah,
If
but
they
these
shoot
small
into a group of people, those people are fucked.
Yeah, but the small issue there is that it's going to be really hard to find those people in the first place when they don't have, you know, uniforms or identifying colors or anyone to call it in.
Don't worry, Sneaky. Civilian casualties are A-OK.
They can headshot a dude at Mach 2. Yeah, they can, but they need to know what they're shooting at first. Like, the problem here is that there isn't an airfield capable of supporting the Warthog. They don't have fuel.
No fuel to support it.
They don't have
No
ammo
ammo.
replacement. They don't have a way to call in to the Warthog to let them know they need close air support. They don't have a way of flagging targets. They don't have, you know, like, they flagged the target, and then they hear the sounds of the Warthog coming, and then the one alchemist dies, and the other one's like, oh shit, and then they put up a giant earthen alchemy wall, and then maybe some of the bullets go through, maybe they don't go through. It really depends on how good that alchemist is, and it's like, okay, well.
Wait, I thought this was World War II Germany. Where are we?
No, Germany was just brought up as a side tangent. We're talking about Full Metal Alchemist and how absolutely useless a Warthog showing up at any point in time in it would be.
You
Yeah.
know what would hard counter it? That one dude what made a giant hot air balloon. You should probably just make one of those right in front of the plane.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think I'm a little conked out, guys. You guys,
Yeah, you take care, man.
good night.
He's dead.
He sounds dead.
Bro
It's
took
been
too
nice
much
knowing
cough
him.
syrup. The Leap. Ed finds himself gripped with a panic attack.
He's being
Parental
punished by
Roy
God for
Mustang.
writing Worm Genshin Impact crossover.
Selim Bradley, the Harmony Alchemist. It been 13 years since Promise Day with Führer Alexander Armstrong. The nation of Armistice was bustle a comic and economic military superpower shining example of reform and democracy. It was supposed to be routine assessment where he would meet Miss Bradley, Dr. Marco, to discuss Selim progression, but it wasn't today, it was anything but normal. That's right, because he's the Harmony Alchemist.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. And damn, like, all these suck. They're just bad. What are the crossovers like? Probably. Operation Exchange. Spy times Family Full Metal Alchemist. Eh.
Yeah.
See, like,
really
here's the
don't
thing, right? Spy times Family is a good story.
But it's slice of life for a reason.
Well, I mean, yes, but I also don't really understand fan fiction for it. Because it's slice of life.
And it's mind reading.
Oh, yeah, sure, there's mind reading in it, but more my point's more that it's a slice of life story with a very slow reveal to everyone of what's going on. And there's not a lot of changes you can really make to the story. Like, if Yor finds out about Lloyd before she falls fully in love with him, not just crush love, not honeymoon love, like genuine, permanent love, right?
Mm-hmm.
If she finds out the truth about him before then, she'll just fucking kill him. If he finds out about her, he'll probably try and kill her because now she's a massive threat to his whole operation, and she might figure him out at any time. And one of them knowing about the other is either going to be really boring or it's going to be really tedious. Because the author is either going to have to come up with wild and wacky excuses each time about why they can't do anything about the other yet. When the wild and wacky excuses work more when it's only Anya who knows about it and the other two don't. Because the other two don't know that the other is anything other than a normal person, so they act like normal people to each other, so they're both trying to keep cover from each other, so they're both not looking into each other's cover because they're both too busy trying to keep it from each other. And so that can lead to situations where they're both excusing the other's actions because they're too caught up in trying to seem normal to the other one. And so it can be funny, it can be entertaining, but if one of them knows that secretly the other one is actually their arch fucking enemy, then it's going to become very tedious as they make excuses as to why they can't deal with this person.
Yeah.
The only way it works is if they both find out at the same time, and it turns into basically Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Well, I mean, that's what
Yeah.
the whole anime is. Like,
And
Yeah.
it would have to be a situation in where they are both able to turn on the person that reveals their identities to each other as well. Where it's a situation
Yeah.
of like, I don't know, some fucking Nazi agent shows up and is like, "Oh, we'll kill you both, Thorn Princess and Twilight, haha." And it's a moment of like, wait,
Wait, what?
what? Also, fuck you,
Wait,
die.
what? Or somebody
Um,
trying to kidnap Anya, and they both go ham.
yeah, or they're trying to kill Anya and they have to use their skills together to save her or something.
yeah.
But but they already kind of had some moments like that where they had the whole castle infiltration episode where two of them showed off how good at infiltration they were to each other, and they both again played it off like, oh, this is a totally normal thing that normal people are good at. This is very normal for us both to be good at this.
I really need to watch that.
You
It-
should.
It's honestly pretty good. Like, I did stop reading it at one point because I kind of did get tired of the whole, oh, they almost found out who each other were, but then some wild and wacky contrivance occurred to prevent it. It's like, the 110th wild and wacky contrivance is getting a little bit old.
Mm.
Yeah.
So, it's, it's good, but it just felt drawn out to me, and I kind of got bored. Wasn't really my whole... I'm not a big slice of life enjoyer in general, so...
It wasn't your cup of tea.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just in general, though, like... Anya, the genius dog, Lloyd and Yor, they don't make very good fan fiction because like the original series doesn't need to be fixed. It doesn't need additional scenes. The additional scenes are still coming, so it's not like the story's over and people are wishing there could be more. It's like, guys, just wait a fucking week, another episode's gonna come out.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a lot of, oh, we could have done this better moments. Because pretty much every episode ends, all's well that ends well, everyone's happy still, nothing bad's happened, the secrets haven't been found out, life is stable, life is good, slice of life continues. So it's like, you can't really do it better. Like, so there's not a lot of room for the fan fiction to wiggle in. I guess one-shots you could do of, like, episodes here and there of, like, well, I want them to do this, and I want them to do that, and then be like, okay, that's more understandable than trying to write a fix-it fic or something else, but... like, I don't know, I just can't understand why someone would write a base vanilla Spy Times Family fic. And then, because of the prerequisites of a Spy Times Family story, I also don't really get writing a crossover with it. Like, Infon gets away with writing the Spy Times Family stuff in his Avatar
Because
story.
it's only Yor and Anya.
That's not a crossover. That's XP's. It's
right, exactly. That's what I was about to
Yeah.
say. Is it's not actually a crossover. It's just a face claim original character that is effectively using those two characters. Is totally changing their history, changing their circumstances. In some cases, changing their routine, I guess is the best word. Where in Infont's story, Khan is aware that Yor is an assassin, and Yor is aware of who and what Khan is. So there's no pretending between them. So that adds a new flavor of interaction going on with them, So that's kind of cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But like in general, the crossover section just really doesn't work. Like it sort of worked with Tanya, where they made Tanya another clone or some shit at the facility that they
still
found
doesn't work,
Anya
yeah.
at.
Yeah.
And like Tanya also gets adopted, and the author made the joke of, "Oh, you're Tanya and Anya." It's like, okay, fine.
Anya business.
And then the story again, the same problem with Spy Times Family. The alcohol's kicking him. The same problem with Spy Times Family is that the Tanya Anya story it just was going nowhere fast. And it was like, okay, I mean, this is kind of, sweet and endearing, but if I wanted to read Spy Times Family, I would just go read Spy Times Family. There's no real, draw to me reading this instead. Oh, but Tanya's there. It's like, okay.
And
Does her presence change anything? No. Alright. Except now she's a third variable where she's hiding from everyone else that she's actually a 3 times reincarnated individual and actually secretly a super genius. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, wow. None of us saw that coming. It's just, I don't know. The series itself is generally disappointing in terms of the ability to make fan fiction out of it. I just don't understand why people try. I don't. Because it's just like...
It doesn't need it.
I mean, not only that. It's oh boy. Ratings, all, English. 41 stories in total. I mean, it looks like a majority of people who generally agree with me when it comes to this. Spirited Away, Spy Times Family. Okay. Alright, so one of the side characters is hosting movie night. No one came up to the event. But a goddess showed up instead. And now the students and the families are trapped. And they have to watch a movie that'll give them a new look on life. That's right. It's Spy Times Family forced to watch the movie Spirited Away.
Wow, what
actual
an
shit?
amazing thing!
I'm gonna be honest, Spirited Away is so good, you don't need to force anything.
Yeah.
Like, god damn.
I mean, it's a good movie, sure. But the premise here is fucking retarded.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you can take the idea of Spy Times Family and make it more boring, but somehow you accomplish that, author.
Reaction fix.
I mean, that's
Probably
basically
should
what
play
this
you.
is. Well, like I said, that's basically what this is. So,
High school AU.
more than meets the spy. Lloyd Forger, codenamed Twilight, did everything he could to ensure he and his family appeared as unassuming citizens for the sake of the mission. And like all common families, buying a new car is perfectly normal and expected.
No.
Little does he know,
No.
the family car is secretly a transformer.
No.
God.
That's right, everyone. To this slice of life fan fiction where we have the father hiding he's a spy, the mother hiding she's an assassin, the dog hiding he's smarter than everyone on the cast, and Anya hiding that she has psychic powers, we now have the car hiding the fact that it's actually a space alien from space.
Except they
You may
barely
as well
ever
just do
hide that
Herbie.
shit.
Yeah, except she is. But, yeah, so that's, yeah.
This is all shit. I'm just gonna ignore this and play Girls Frontline.
I would say
That's fair.
You know what, Sneaky? Is there any since Sign posted Herbie? Is there any Herbie fan fiction? I know there's not, but
Ugh.
Probably
holy
is.
shit.
Maybe there's one.
There's probably is, and it's a smart fic about having sex inside Herbie.
Possibly.
Oh,
The Herbie series, 22 stories.
Herbie determines that your
22
emotion is
God.
sufficient and will help you out.
A bit off track. Even today, it can be challenged to get part for import car. What must have been like with Herbie the Love Bug in 1968. Just a short one-shot exploring the idea. I mean,
not hard at all because it's a
It's
fucking
a-
beetle.
yeah, it's a Beetle in 1968. They're still fucking going strong.
They'd have had parts for days for those things.
Now,
They did have parts for days.
it might take you a little while to get them, but
I mean,
No,
that
we'd have had
depends on
them
how big your
locally.
farm would have been.
oh yeah, that's true. They
We
probably
had
would
the
have.
parts locally in the 60s.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's true. They probably had them at the dealership.
The dealership or just third-party mechanics, parts houses. We had those parts. Remember, the whole automotive thing really started kicking off big in the late 60s, early 70s with the sports cars, muscle cars, and everything. So they would have had all the parts.
Yeah, that's true.
Enough parts to build a new unit from the parts they have.
Herbie returns. 4 years since Maggie found Herbie in the junkyard, it didn't feel right. Not to Herbie, anyway. Wherever he did his thing, images of Trans France and El Dorado rally flashed in his mind. He needed to get back to where he belonged.
Yeah, none of these are gonna be good. I'm amazed there was as many as there were, but
I mean, if we want a maximum emotional damage, you may as well just dig up the brave little toaster because we know what that's gonna be.
Well, fuck you.
It's all smut. I can almost guarantee.
well, of course it's all smut.
Let's see here. Romance.
He knows it's all smart because he wrote them all.
Humor,
No.
friendship, humor.
Of course I know him.
humor.
He's me.
Humor. Discontinued humor. Crossover? Oh god. What do you mean there's a Ranma one? What do you mean there's two Ruby ones?
What?
Oh,
Rose of a Love Bug, The Car Returns. Sequel to
No,
Rose
wait,
of Love
hang on.
Bug. Okay.
Hang on. Can we look at the Ranma one? There's a chance that could be funny.
Herbie has been on his own for a long time, but what will happen when the Love Bug ends up in Remnant with Aura? When Herbie and Ruby Rose meet, will Rose be able to control the Love Bug, or is Herbie too wild for Ruby? Just as Vale got over the incident with Torchwick and Horace, a new car is on the road with a mean streak, terrorizing Remnant. It's only a matter of time before Team Ruby and Herbie have to go fight the demon on wheels. Will they learn the hard way of what evil drives, the car of the devil?
What?
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 Those are words.
Just yeah.
They are words that never should have been written, but they're words.
Complete story. Herbie's drive through Narima. Had to work some things out. Ranma gets car. 1960s VW Bug. With the number 53 on the front, back, and sides. Taking place after the 97 movie. This is Love Bug is in Narima.
This can only
hate
end
it.
poorly.
Oh, you asked. I delivered.
I didn't
Please
think
stop
that. I
doing it.
asked because I was like, surely there's none, or like 2.
Teenagers
Cancel
on
delivery.
Wattpad write more realistic and grounded alternative universe fan fiction than grown men on Twitter. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's This guy's
All right.
delusional.
What's going on here?
It's about the dude on the train
Oh, I see.
who
Yes,
just
okay.
got quitted.
Yeah.
Penny, that's the guy's name.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker basically saying, "Oh, you should stand up and offer to buy them lunch if they're acting out."
Yeah, like, look, I mean, so Tim talked about this, and I, as someone who also did a lot of volunteer work when I was up in Vermont with all of the, pre-refugee homeless people, a lot of the homeless people there, they were homeless on purpose. What drove them to be homeless, what kept them homeless, these were factors out of our control, and were entirely in control of the
Drugs.
homeless person. Well, it wasn't always drugs. Some of them just didn't want to own homes. And they'd rather just
fair-
live off of the government breadline.
To be fair, sometimes having a mortgage feels like the biggest mistake I've made in my life, so I don't blame them.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like
Fair.
giving these people a home doesn't actually change anything, because then they would need to get a job. They don't want to get a job. They would need to take care of the home. They don't want to take care of a home. Okay, they would have to feed themselves. They don't want to feed themselves.
Ah, they're lame. Problem.
You know, it's
I'm in the
not a case
wilderness.
of it's not a case of all of them were on drugs. It's a case of some of them just didn't want to go through life with any sort of effort involved, and just felt it was easier to just be handed the things they absolutely needed when they needed them, and they were okay with incredibly inferior living conditions surrounding that. It's like, oh, okay, you know, it is what it is, you know?
I mean, if that's the choice they're gonna make, you can do nothing about it.
Yeah. So, you know, dumping another
Disgusting.
$10 million into homeless aid, it's not actually going to accomplish anything, you know? So it's just
Mm.
some people just don't have the ability to stay fully employed.
Over.
If they can't live in a society, they shouldn't be allowed to stay in a society.
It's just, you know, it's a really tough subject. You know,
Sure.
it's a tough subject because there's plenty of charities out there, and those charities get donated to, and those charities feed them and house them and give them clothes and clean them up, and, you know, generally just take care of their needs.
So
And you
my
can't
opinion is,
you can't tell
ahead.
someone to not give them $20. Well, you can tell them, but you can't force them to not give them $20. It's their
Yeah.
money. They're not hurting anyone by giving the guy $20. Yeah, maybe he goes off and buys drugs with it. That's kind of his problem, though.
Yeah.
You know,
so the way I looked at it is, if you've got some serious problem keeping you from doing that, you deserve to get some help, absolutely. But if you're making a voluntary choice to stay homeless and leech off of other people, you should get nothing. No help, Only scorn.
Oh, sure, but how do you differentiate the two?
It's hard.
I mean, like, look, people don't want to hear this, but it needs to be said, and I think that the society has been massively impacted in a massively negative way because of this. We shuttered the mental asylums, and for some reason, the crazies took over everywhere else.
Yep.
The people that need help who can't take care of themselves, maybe they should just go back into the mental asylum. Maybe you're right on that end. But that's not all homeless people. That's not going to solve the problem of
no.
homelessness. It's not going to solve the problem of poverty. They did a massive study. It was like a 100,000 person study or something. And they found that it's like something like 75% of people who are below the poverty line or at the poverty line are there because of their own mistakes. And I mean that in a not in a their house exploded because they left the gas on. No, I mean that in a they got their paycheck of minimum wage. Instead of paying their rent, they decided to go buy new Air Jordans.
No, yeah, not surprised.
There's an unfortunate level of foresight that is lacking among that population of people. And it's not always something that can be taught. Some people are born with more talent points than others. Some people have a hard capped in at a very low level, It's unfortunately not a fixable thing so long as people exist. And the ways that can fix it are heavily frowned upon. So that is what that is. But a lot of people, and this bleeds into fiction as well. I mean, obviously, to bring it around fully, this bleeds heavily into fiction, in that they believe that every crazy person is just one comforting shoulder away from being sane and rational and contributing member of society, and that's just not how it is.
No.
Nope.
Some crazy people are just crazy. Like there is no helping them. They're hearing 37 different voices in their heads. They see the shadow people coming for them constantly. The government is spying on them through the cameras they have wired into all of the trees, and the squirrels are planning to overthrow the hobo camp they're staying at so they can seize his secret stash of food that he hid in the broken down truck 3 months ago. Like there's no conversation that helps that sort of person. There's no amount of money that fixes that sort of person. There's no compassion that fixes or helps that sort of person. They are, and unfortunately, a scenario where the two options for them are live on the streets or be put into a nice, happy, padded cell and be given 3 meals a day by
But
the
that's just
warden.
it. Some
Bring
of those
back
things
the
can be
asylums.
helped, right? The guy has paranoid delusions. We can fix that.
Yeah, we can fix
Can we?
that by holding him down every day and forcing medication down his throat and then preventing him from regurgitating it.
And then once the
And a
med
lot of times
works,
they don't want to do that.
And then the medicine will wear
and
off,
they go,
and then we
great.
have to do it again the next day. And then the medicine will wear off, and we have to do it again the next day.
But part of that, Sneaky, is taking those opportunities when they're medicated to get them into a position where they're willing to accept help. I'm not saying it's a simple process. I'm saying that it is doable.
Yeah, but then the problem is, and I've had to deal with people like this, is that it just takes one single day to undo years of work.
Yup.
Mm.
Junk falls off the wagon. That's it.
It's just, and it's not always even intentional on their end. Like, they just forgot their medication one day because they were really tired, and then they woke up and they were hearing all the voices again, and then they realized that the medication was actually trying to kill them, and so they threw it all out, and they were lying to everyone now about taking it.
But they're wise on what the medication is doing now.
Yeah. And then you see the slow breakdown of their mind again over a long course period of time, and nothing will stop that. I mean, like I said, again, the mental asylums weren't all torture. Now, there was a lot of torture going on because we tried to, in true first world white woman fashion, cure them.
And the only cure
Cure
at that
with
point
egg
we had
whites.
was to shove an ice pick up their nose.
Well, not just ice pick up their nose, electrodes on their brain,
Yes, yes.
squeezing
Electrodes
their
on the brain,
spinal
ice pick up
cord,
the nose.
draining their
There
fluids,
was a
a
lot
whole
of things
bunch of,
that they
yeah.
did.
There was a whole
All of
bunch of tortures because we felt we were better and we shouldn't just be taking care of them, we should be curing them.
How is this curing him? Well, when I shoved this metal spike in his brain, he stopped saying crazy things.
He
also
stopped saying
stops
anything.
talking.
He stopped.
He also can't go to the bathroom anymore. Potato, potato.
Yeah, so it's and you know this is why, and like the mental asylums themselves would be a situation where they get them into a stable state, but the nurses and orderlies are there to make sure they're taking their medication every day, and maybe they can work a remote job where they have to stay inside the asylum, of course, but maybe they can work a remote job, and or they can take up knitting, or they can take up playing chess, or there's some other normal calm activity while being fully watched by staff to make sure they're taking their medications every day. And that's just unfortunately how it is for some people, that if you want them to live a full life, you're going to have to pay someone to watch them to make sure they're taking their psychoactive medications every single day. Because unlike normal people, all they need is to slip up once, and then that gun that you allowed them to have, or that they somehow mysteriously acquired, well, they're going to do things with that gun. Or that knife. Or that car that they had because they were released back into the general population. So it's the worst of a bad situation, but it is what it is. I mean, they can either be living on the streets, or we can put them into a centralized location where we can have people take care of them day in and day out, because that's the only way they're going to be able to live in a semi-functional state.
But we shouldn't discriminate against people for their mental difficulties these days anymore. Which means no more asylums. No more giving people help, because they're perfect the way they are. They don't need help.
Well, I mean, again, to be fair, the initial reason why the asylums were closed was because of the inhumane tortures that were taking place at a large majority of them. So don't mistake that initially for mental health acceptance or some Tumblr shit. We didn't close the asylums back in the 90s because we were just so accepting of mental health back then. We closed the asylums because we were like, Jesus Christ, we got, fucking people harvesting the organs of the patients. We got people lobotomizing patients. We got people fucking electrocuting them to death. The whole bevy of horror stories.
As a result of that, though, as a result of that and emptying out the mental asylums, now we have to deal with the mental patients running the mental institution that is the country. And,
well, more or less, I mean, a fair number of them ended up on the streets instead. And, there has been an unfortunate level of twisting of the capacity for mental health. People bring up mental health a lot. And, they try to show it through their written works as well and whatnot. But it's very... How to put this? it's very obvious sometimes when someone has issues that desperately should be handled
Addressed.
in a professional manner, and it's not being handled in a professional manner, and they're pouring their
Sure.
soul into their writing, and someone like me is able to clearly, blatantly see it. And unfortunately, due to the culture of the modern day, I also know I can't say anything about it to them. Not just because of what they might say in response, but again, I've had this happen to me in the past where I've tried to work with people online about their issues, and then because someone then decided that what I was doing was not very accepting, they then spoke with the person and undid days of me working with them.
Trying
To
to
help
help
get
someone
them-
is not accepting. Okay.
Yeah, because you see, things shouldn't get better. We should just accept that they're bad.
No.
Because of course, if you think things should get better, that means you would look to, say, the big pharma, big food, big ag, big animal, and say that things should change. And change costs money, and we can't have that here.
God damn it.
But what is the rest of this here? Public breakdowns are so deeply internalized because nobody cares about their mental health. Yes, people have a lot of public breakdowns because they repress their issues and keep repressing their issues, and that's 100% women's fault. I'm just gonna say it. It's honestly, it is. I went to a lot of psychiatric help years ago, and it wasn't until I finally got a guy to sit down with me, obviously a trained professional who is certified in psychiatric help, not just some random dude. But honestly, it effectively ended up being like the same thing as if I just fucking found a random guy on the side of the street and asked if I could tell him my life story. Because all of the female psychiatrists tried to gaslight me and blame me for some of the shit that's happened in my life. Which is wild. But when I talked to the guy, he basically just told me that it just sounded like I needed to tell someone that because I'm functioning pretty well, and I was like, yeah, I pretty much am, and I didn't need help after that really, and I didn't really need help in the first place, but the females in my life said I should get it, and they would pay for it, so I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. But that was, of course, because I dared to show weakness near them, which then they decided that I clearly needed psychiatric help because I dared to be vulnerable near my family members, which obviously is a mistake. You should never be vulnerable to anyone ever, as a guy, obviously.
No. Men are supposed to handle their shit.
Yeah, no, you can never talk about anything serious with a woman, period. That's what my life experiences have taught me.
Same.
But yeah, so yeah, people having mental breakdowns in the middle of public, it really doesn't take much. It just takes you hearing something or hearing someone say something or a smell or something just reminding you, which then triggers a train of thoughts, which then basically blows up the dam you had in front of your emotions. And then you have your mental health breakdown. Is what it is. You just got to learn how to handle your mental health better. Find productive outlets to let it go into, and it's really what it is. And unfortunately, telling people to find a productive hobby for them to pour their issues into is both not allowed in the modern day, because that's not accepting. But it also would deprive Big Pharma of thousands of dollars per person per month. And we can't have that. So it's better just to tell everyone they have problems, but with this pill they can fix it. Gotta make sure to keep taking that pill, though. Otherwise, you might just kill someone. Red rum, red rum. Let's see what else he says here. Society does to people. Resentment and anger. Yep. Okay. Scaring people. Yeah, okay, someone having a mental breakdown. It's really easy to fix a mental breakdown. Just go up to them and ask them if they want some lunch. Yeah, that works with some people. Some people just need someone to say something to them to snap them out of the issue. Some people have demons in their ear whispering for them to take the knife out and start stabbing throats. The offer of lunch is only going to work on one of those people, and let me tell you, it's not the guy with the knife.
No.
No.
Yep, okay, so anyway, yeah, that guy wrote some fan fiction there. What the fuck is this? Alpha, Beta, Omega Dynamics.
Oh, Lord, not one of those.
I will say that is pretty funny, the quote that goes underneath that one. There are 2 wolves inside you. Period. Other things you read. 135 stories with dog penis. And 110 of them had rape.
What the fuck?
What are you reading?
Something that Phoenix posted.
AO3 community antis would hate me from Reddit.
So this is an AO3 Reddit post. Someone posted their AO3 roundup where it summarized all of the stories they read that year. Okay, so what the fuck is an anti?
It's a third party thing as
hater.
well, asking for your login info. So.
No, I don't think it's a hater, because like that's the normal term, but you have to keep in mind we're talking about AO3 and they have to be special. Okay,
well,
so
antis also reply to people who go against the VTuber community.
well, again,
What?
those are haters. That's not AO3 antis. We got to figure out what an AO3 anti is.
Yeah.
It
okay.
probably
I
is
thought it
hater.
was
It
the same
would
thing.
that would be something that they would decide to keep the generally accepted definition of.
Well, we'll see if I can actually fucking read this
It's,
out loud. A
I'll read it.
anti is anti-shipping, being an anti-shipper. This has a definition that has morphed over time. In the 90s and 2000s, it was against shipping, or a specific ship. Okay, fair enough. This was used against specific fandoms and wasn't a cross-fandom term. Since the 2000s and 10s, mistake. However, a pan-fandom definition did emerge, and it is in the most common usage now. Well, that's questionable. The definition is being actively against ships or tropes deemed problematic and racist. Note, this does not mean being uncomfortable reading a ship, trope, or problematic thing showing up in a fan fiction, fan art, or etc. It refers to people who advocate for the banning, removal, or hiding of content they don't want to see. This has led to harassment and doxing issues in fandom spaces. Anyone from the pro shippers that they argue with to random users who have written problematic fanfiction and have dared to upload it to AO3. Sometimes to anyone who uses AO3 at all. Now, to be fair, anyone who uses AO3 at all absolutely should be harassed in Minecraft.
Yes.
But no, seriously, it's just, I'm sorry, AO3 has turned into such a... Honestly, AO3 is far more degenerate than some of the stuff I even see on Questionable Questing. The porn form.
Yeah, it was meant to be the hive of scum and villainy where everything that got kicked off of FFN ran to, and they had all the good porn, not some, I don't know, safe space hug box.
Which, I mean, it was basically what AO3 turned into, because, oh my god, it's just, there is just so much women times wolf, rape, bestiality, incest, crazy shit going on in AO3. It's just, it's absolutely insane. The amount of stories
I would say
I've
the only
seen...
place I've seen more is on Kindle Vella.
I'd like to assume the reason why is because, unlike AO3, QQ kind of, I'd say, self-moderates to an extent with the content that gets posted. Like, there's always going to be a few outliers being degenerate, but with AO3, it's like nothing, it doesn't matter what you post. You can post whatever you want, and you can also hide yourself. You can put yourself as anonymous. You can lock reviews. It's like, it's the ultimate, they can put whatever they want and face no repercussions.
Yeah.
Whereas with QQ, it's like everyone who you can post, Sign can post an extremely degenerate fic, and everyone can quite literally just rake him over
and
the
then,
coals.
then everyone from then on calls Sign the NTR guy. Yeah.
I hate it.
Too bad.
And maybe you shouldn't write it.
It's not, did you ever take that role off your profile on your server?
No.
So you
But
have a role
anyway,
on your own server. But yeah.
Point being, though, is that AO3, honestly, I have seen more rape apologia coming from AO3 than I have even in the hundreds of hours of court footage I've watched on YouTube. Like, I have never seen a group of people more determined to justify rape in my life than people who go to Archive of Our Own. It's honestly terrifying.
It's kind of hilarious.
I mean, yeah, it is pretty funny.
And which makes it even funnier when these people come out and they're like, "Oh, you're just a pro shipper. You like problematic things."
Yes, that's the
okay. And what do you like? Well, I think rape is cool. It's like, oh, okay. And what am I doing that's problematic? Oh, you had a black person and a white person together in a relationship. It's like, how is that problematic? You're race erasure. Yeah, it's erasure. It's like, what?
I beg to McFuck your pardon. What the fuck
Yes,
have I
no,
come
I
into?
legitimately saw some. Yeah, I legitimately saw someone one time get harassed on AO3 because they wrote a straight couple. One of the couple was black and one of the couple was white, and they were harassed on AO3 because they were doing race erasure by having a mixed couple and divergent sexuality erasure because the couple wasn't gay, queer, and trans.
Awesome.
It's wild.
That's kind of hilarious because as awful as people say I am, I will never be able to top the shit they do there.
Like I said, these are the people that are like, we hate these people who are against problematic things, and it's like,
Sign, for as much flack as everyone here
Okay.
will give you on a regular basis, you are at least self-aware to an extent.
To an extent?
You've been
What the
pretty
fuck's that
stupid.
supposed to mean?
Well, you've been stupid and wrong about a lot of things that you think you're right about.
That's just called old age.
So you're old. Congrats.
I'm allowed.
Congrats. Everyone else here is also old.
But yeah, it's like, oh, good lord. You at least are self-aware for all the shit you do. These people, they lack a level sense of
Yeah,
sense-awareness, or they're so deluded. That's kind of my point.
They're so lost. They are just so. They don't see an issue with what they write, and this is the sort of reason, right, that I'm like tentatively against the whole lolicon stuff.
Mm.
And I'm talking about the literal anime girls who look like children stuff, because it's just like, you know, we weren't against, you know, the
Is this a case of I did not speak up for this group because
well,
I was not one of them?
it's actually the opposite, really. I didn't speak against this group because everyone told me, oh, it's fine, it's just anime, and it's like, okay, well, we just kept blowing through these roadblocks here, and now we're at the stage where people are trying to defend rape, and it's like, I don't, just because it's taking place in a book doesn't somehow make it more okay. Like, if you want to have the villain do it, it's like, all right, that's fine, right? He's supposed to be the villain, he's supposed to be evil. And look, you can even hear me. I'm using the word he. But, yeah, maybe she does it. Maybe she's evil, but it's whatever, right? The bad guy is doing it. They're supposed to be bad doing bad things. It's like, all right, fine. But it's not the bad guy doing it in a lot of these stories. It's like the main character or the main love interest doing it in these stories.
Well, alright, so how are we defining rape in this case? Are we talking
non-consensual
physically
sex?
hold somebody down,
Non-consensual sex.
Or are we talking like weird mind control powers and magic and
Well,
shit?
basically it's the same
Not
shit.
always.
It's all non-consensual. Oh, I said some words and wiggled my fingers, and now I'm forcing you to be a sex slave. That's yeah. It's.
Are we also including if you don't
Fine, stop
sleep
trying to
with
defend
me,
yourself.
you're not gonna shut up. If you don't sleep with me, you're not gonna get the job. Are we also including that?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. While completely corrupt, don't get me wrong, 100% corrupt.
It's not rape.
It's not rape. You're still choosing to sleep with them. Now, if it's like, if you don't sleep with me, I'm gonna blacklist you from the industry and you'll never get a job again. That's rape. That's coercion.
I don't know about that. It's coercion, yes. I wouldn't call it rape because again, you've got the choice of
No, there's
that
definitely a
person.
line. It's one thing to just say you are not going to get this specific job because, I mean, again, if your boss is telling you to suck his dick or you're not going to get the job, do you really want to work for him in the first place? But if your boss is telling you that you have to suck his dick or else he will prevent you from making a living for the rest of your life, that's an escalation.
I can see that because at that point you may as well just escalate to, if you don't suck my dick, I'll blow your fucking brains out.
Yeah, effectively. Yes.
I'll either ruin your life or make your life not worth living.
Recovered my Twitch account just to start posting.
Yeah. Can anyone
Don't
explain why
be
Alvor
tentatively
started
against it.
listening
It should be shamed. No, I agree, Alvor. It should be shamed. I just say I'm not gonna go around and be like, you're a pedophile because you like anime little children. Like, I'm not gonna do that, but I do say, hey, look, if 90% of the stuff you're reading happens to include children being explicitly written to have sexual encounters, I am gonna look at you weird. I
As
will
you
not
should.
take a lot of what you say seriously. And I'm gonna be heavily suspecting you of eventually escalating, because I mean, honestly, that's what it is at the end of the day. And we have countless studies when it comes to porn about this sort of thing, is people escalate. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
What fresh hell have I returned to?
Stuff. There were actually
No.
court cases in the U.S. about it. Lolita can't be banned, but it is considered disgusting and a sex crime to expose kids to it. Yeah, because it's sexual content. You don't expose
Yes,
kids to sexual
yeah.
content. That has nothing to do with it being Lolita. It has everything to do with it being sexual content and it being
Yeah.
illegal to expose kids to sexual content. A completely different thing. I don't think. Yeah, they need to enforce that law even harder. And again, it's like I said before on previous streams, this is why I don't think anyone under the age of 16 should be allowed on the internet.
Fuck no.
It's just how it is.
But
It's not
no,
even a
I
case
don't-
of I don't want opinions on the internet from a 14-year-old. It's they need to be outside. They need to be doing shit. They need to be fucking chopping wood, cleaning the side of the house, moving stones. They need to be doing something with their fucking lives that isn't sitting in a small room watching the 967th episode of Dragon Ball Z for the third time while their friends all sit in a Discord call masturbating together.
Ew. That's awfully specific.
I've walked into things that I don't want to walk into, okay?
What, did you work as a counselor in fucking Imagination too, or some shit?
We've covered
No.
this. Yes, he did.
Anyway, yeah, very Lolly's very simple. Don't bring it up in public. Don't mention it that you like it. Don't shove it in your stories, except people that will disassociate you for it. Yeah. Yeah, no, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's like, as a good example is like Rebecca from Cyberpunk, right? She is technically a petite, flat-ish, somewhat childlike character.
The devs literally
However,
called her a lolly.
that's actually a translation error. However,
Is it?
yeah, that was actually a translation error. Japan calls them a lolly, but when Japan says a character is a lolly, they're
Mean the
not
body
calling
type.
the character a child. They're calling the character a body type, and that was translated incorrectly to the Western audience.
Yeah, it's one of those subtleties that you have to explain. Not everybody
Yeah.
gets it.
She's
No,
not a
also
short
people don't
stack.
wanna
She is
hear the
not.
explanation.
No, Alvor, she's not a short stack. She's not stacked at all. She is the opposite of stacked.
Hold on a minute.
Yes, no, she is not a short stack. She's petite. But the difference there is she is not portrayed as a child. She is not wearing childlike clothes. She doesn't act like a child. Now she acts immature, but there's a difference between immature and child. She acts in the way of a 20-something
College
I'm
student
on
that's just,
spring
like-
break college student, right? She's never portrayed as a child, either in her clothing, her mannerisms, her actions, her part in the story. There's no point that she's portrayed as a child. Someone saying they're attracted to Rebecca wouldn't really even get a glance from me.
Yeah, you just like small women. That's fine, bro.
It's whatever. Lucky Star. On the flip side,
do we have to discuss the people who like that?
on the flip side, someone
Let's
tells
not.
me they're sexually attracted to any of the characters in Lucky Star. I am going to look at them weirdly, because even though those characters are technically all 18 or something, they're not depicted as 18-year-olds. They're drawn like children. They act like children. They do childish things. They take part in childish antics.
If
They're
it looks
not
like a child and it walks like a child and it talks like a child.
They literally bring it up in the show too.
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
they're all high schoolers.
What? No,
17 and up.
specifically, I think they're all 18 max. I think they're all seniors.
I think that may
No,
be,
that
no,
if they
I think
did
that may
that,
be if
that
they
would
were
be a
aged up for the
localization
English.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, localization thing.
That's a common thing going 90s and early 2000s. You see it in a lot of older visual novels too, when visual novels were only known for porn. Every character here is 18 at the youngest.
Yeah, guys, they're 18.
We would age them up just to be safe.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
yeah, official
Fates
wiki says
Night-
17, 18, but yeah, it's always
right.
Like Fates Night, they're gonna claim Shiro is. Oh yeah, Shiro and Ren are 18, 100%. They're
Did
18,
they really?
definitely.
Yes.
They're really
Wait,
not.
which
Yes, they
Shiro?
claimed it.
Oh.
Which still put a slight
From
damp
Fate.
in the fact that that still puts Soccer at 16, 17.
Yeah.
I thought in the light novel he was 17, in the manga he was 15.
Either way,
Yeah,
point being is
that's what we're
that
talking about.
point being is that coding is a real thing. Yes, Alvor, you're right. Coding is a real thing. Again, it's another one of those things that the left heavily has ruined in terms of usage and as a term when it comes to fiction and how to display the characters in fiction. But you know, it is a real thing, and it's why there's such a massive difference. Like if some girl told me that she was attracted to JoJo, I wouldn't bat an eye at it, because even though he's 16, he's not depicted as a 16-year-old.
He just looks like someone decided to go, hey, that's Clint Eastwood now.
Yeah,
he looks like he's fucking
30.
25.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like he's 25. None of his antics really have anything to do with the fact that he's 16. He's not depicted as really a child all that often. He doesn't do childish things. Usually he's fighting people. And dude's also 7 feet of muscle with like a 24 pack. Yeah, it's kind of just like, okay, even though he is like 16 years old technically, that's just a number on a piece of paper. How is he being depicted? Not as a kid at all. Okay. So it's not weird. But, it's one of those things where you gotta know more about how the character is depicted and shown, and honestly, I'm gonna say it, not a lot of these fucking weebs help themselves when it comes to this shit.
Yeah, no.
No.
They dig their own graves, as it were.
Yeah.
Well, I think the fact that some of said weebs refer to themselves using a certain word, and that word is still looked down upon by the culture that created it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but it's a cool word because it's Japanese, Max.
That's a cultural nuance.
Well, actually, it's
I'm
Russian.
Really pissed off.
Yeah.
It's a cultural nuance that I hate.
No, Lolita.
Ignored.
Lolita, yeah.
No, not even that. Like the ones that call themselves lolicon. Like
Lolicons.
you don't call yourself that. It is
well,
looked
that
down upon in
lolicon
culture.
Also came from the book.
No,
Lolita.
I'm aware. I'm aware of the origin of the word. It's why I.
Right. No, but I was when I said
have
Lolita,
had
I was referring to the book Lolita, the Russian book that it all originated from. In response to Nose saying, "Oh, it's a funny Japanese word." Well, it's not a funny Japanese word. It's actually Russian.
It's a funny Russian word.
Well,
it's
no.
a funny Russian word.
Sneaky,
the
what
word
I was saying.
I was referring to the word lolicon, which technically is a funny Japanese word to use Noses.
Yeah.
Well, no, because lolicon came from the book. Like, it's in the book.
Sneaky. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking more about the fact that they think it comes from Japan.
Oh, okay,
and then therefore they go, oh, I should call myself this. Because because people are fucking dumb. They're dumbasses.
It's all, when you go to the etymology of the word, it's still not a good word. I was like, I want to see what the actual definition of this word is. I'm like, oh, now that I know the bare bones English Merriam-Webster definition, this sickens me even more.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Because it's not a word you ever want to
it's
describe
one of
something.
those words that in Japan has a different meaning, while in America and other Western countries it has a unchanged meaning. And
Help me, you
it,
stupid blue bitch. What am I getting you?
it's one of those instances where, because Japan was culturally separated, the connotations and the implications of the word didn't quite carry over the same way. It was very much an
but
insult.
enough
Okay.
did carry over. Well, enough did carry over that it was still considered like you don't call an adult woman this word,
Right,
and you
right.
don't
No,
call yourself you don't go around announcing to people that you're a lolicon because you are looked down upon because of what your complex is aimed at.
right.
Yeah.
But what I mean
Again,
is,
it's a
it's
cultural
I was
nuance
gonna say,
that
isn't
people
it literally
ignore.
just something complex? Isn't that supposed to be what it's?
Yes. No, con
yes,
is short for complex when
a sexual
combined like
complex towards a certain thing. In this case, towards
Mm.
Lolitas. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
My point is more is that because Japan isn't linked, still isn't linked really with the Western culture, it diverged over time and became
Oh yeah.
not quite more accepted, but less harsh and more of a
It's
joke.
still not something you should call yourself. It's still not something you should ever. You should not use the word to describe anyone in your life or in just a general.
Sure,
But
yeah, but it's very often used as a joke in a lot of, especially gotcha games, but in a lot of things I see from Japan, in that oh, you lolicon, because it's
oh,
an older
it can
character.
be.
Yeah.
There was a slice of life anime I found a long time ago that was actually really adorable, in which a mid-20-something-year-old kindergarten teacher
Mm.
uh never physically matured, and there were some interesting
Why does
gags
that sound
happening there.
familiar?
Oh, that was Magical
You,
Index.
no,
Didn't that?
No.
Wait,
Magical Index is
what?
a different thing.
No,
This was a
you're thinking of
kindergarten, not
Ranma.
a high school
Yeah, that was
teacher.
Ranma. That was like the
There was
circular.
one in Ranma.
There was
No,
that
no.
Yeah, it could have been
circular
Ranma.
Max,
It's
I
not Ranma.
I'm talking about what Atin thought was Index. He's thinking about Ranma, not what you were talking about.
Oh
He's thinking about
no. Index had a teacher that also had the same thing. Like
Oh,
physically,
okay.
she never matured past the age of 12.
Yeah.
That did occur, and that no, this was a slice of life.
Man,
not
Japan
tied
really
to either
likes
of
making
those.
their teachers not physically mature past the age of kindergarten.
Either physically or
Anytime
It's
mentally.
I've
almost like
seen
Japan
it,
has some
it's
weirdos.
been used. Okay, counterpoint. The 3 times I've seen that, it's been used as a joke and only a joke.
Yes.
Now, listen, I'll be the first to say, watching the apparent like kindergartner chain smoking and talking about how she's too old for this was funny.
But no, to answer your question, statement sign. When I say escalation, I specifically mean in the porn brain variety. People will. This has been established, well established, wide sample size, very low rate of error when it comes to this. That people who start gooning, and I do mean gooning. I don't mean like monthly masturbatory session or something. I'm talking about the kind of people who are like, oh, it's 2 o'clock. You know what time it is? Those people. They will get progressively worse and more
unhinged,
exploratory in the content they pursue. Because
So it's the juggies dilemma. Gotta have harder jugs to get that high.
Yeah, effectively, is that they will continuously pursue harder and harder content until eventually you end up in the scenario where they are, well, they're reaching for the real stuff. And I don't just mean the real stuff in real life. I'm talking about the real stuff found online.
Yeah.
And again, not all of them
Yeah.
go from reaching for the real stuff found online to the real stuff found in life, but there is a large worrying trend of people who try to get near children who also happen to have several hundred gigabytes of CP on their computer.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I've got nieces and nephews. That's a I'm
Yeah.
armed kind of thing.
That is the get the fuck away from my family type thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I sent this graph to Max dozens of times. It's the joke. Everyone likes the joke about how priests touch kids, where if you put the rate of priests touching kids next to the rate of teachers touching kids, it's like teachers beat them by like a times 1,000 rate per capita.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's high.
It's just like, well, you know, that's it's not great, boo boo.
Reach level 40 to get Nagant's outfit. What if I don't have Nagant?
Then too bad. Grab
Skill
her.
issue.
Damn. I just keep getting fucking more Colfies.
Yeah, there's a lot of Japanese stories where they have a character who is lolly bait, who magically ages up whenever it's time to do the important things.
And by important, they mean lewd.
Yes.
Yes. Hinako was meant as both a gag and a case of, okay, we actually have somebody in this setting whose life is dog shit, has it even worse than the main characters do, because she got really, really, really sick when she was a kid, and somebody tried to help her, but it was Hapasai, and well,
Yeah.
it's Hapasai. So
Hapasai's view of helping people is how much money
Now,
will it
to
take
be
me?
fair, he is actually genuinely interested in helping children in a completely platonic,
Yeah.
non-weird
He's just
way.
fucking bad
Once they
at it
grow
because
up,
it's
though.
supposed to.
Yeah.
It worked. Don't get me wrong. It worked. It at least gives her kind of a half-life where she can be the adult she is sometimes, but no, most of the time she's stuck as a kid.
I think I forgot what the issue was, but it was like because her pathways were damaged or some shit, she wasn't able to retain the ki that she sucked out of people, so eventually she would always
Yeah,
deflate
something like
back or
that.
something like that.
Yeah, something like that. She needs it to live, so she's basically a key vampire at this point. But she also needs it to become an adult, and if she doesn't get it, then she de-ages and even mentally regresses a bit. So, yeah.
Kind of hard for her to just go cold turkey then.
No, that's why they put her in that school to handle problems that are Ranma shaped. Like
Oh yeah,
they were
because the
using
principal was
her
fucking
to
with Ranma.
protect-
Now I remember.
No, it wasn't just that. She had been to other schools before, and they used her to break up like school gangs and stuff because she could just no-sell all of them. And then the principal, who was fucking with Ranma, says, "Oh well, she can just absorb all their ki. Fuck it, I'll bring her in." There we go. We get Hinako, one of the
here
best
you
characters
go,
in the series.
Phoenix.
to kill him, man.
Yeah,
I will
here's
say
the,
it was always funny that like it was just an accepted thing. Yeah, look, this kid can punch the school in half. That's just you're just gonna have to deal with that.
It happens.
I mean, to be fair, they've already been dealing with Akane, so.
Yeah.
But that's my point. It's just like, look, this guy can punch the school in half. Deal.
So they got Hinako. She deals with it.
I know. Just like, right? What's that look like on the curriculum? Dealing with the fact that some of your high schoolers have magic powers and can destroy the school.
Step one,
Gotta get
hire
paid
someone
for that.
worse.
Yes.
Step one, de-escalation is not possible. These children are feral.
Yes.
Step one to finding out that you have a protagonist in your school. Hire someone worse.
School gets destroyed.
Man, I'm scrolling down through the rest of this thread just to see other people are posting, and some other people are posting their graphs as well. And damn, this is well, it's about what I expected. It's
You're
about
surprised?
what I expected. No, I'm not surprised at all. It's just about what I expected. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, none of these words showed up in the Bible.
No, they may have, and it may be a case of don't do this or thou shalt not.
No, definitely none of these words showed up in the Bible.
The most important of God's holy messages: do not.
Yes.
You need to be stopped.
What did
Oh,
I
hey,
do
look at
to
that!
you?
Signreal has updated his Sailor Moon Ranma crossover. We're never gonna click on that one because that breaks TOS.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
breaks
come
TOS.
on, how bad could it
No,
be? He said, knowing exactly how bad it could be.
I updated like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories at the start of this stream because you mentioned updating Outer Heaven. So I just dropped 7 chapters for different stories.
Of course.
But of course.
I do like the Helldivers meme you guys posted there. Do not worry, the furry has is a trained professional and has taken bigger loads.
I was like, okay, that one's funny.
It's funny, yes.
It's okay. Knowing Helldivers, it will somehow miss and then kill another Helldiver.
Yeah, it'll ricochet a bunch.
Listen, I don't love it. I don't
Ricochet, they'll
like
just
the
fucking
joke, but the joke is funny.
The problem is the Helldivers over there are also killing bugs. Then you fire it, you miss, and then it's like, oh wait, why is someone dead?
Let's see what else we got here. We got Ranma of Ryozapaku. What if Ranma came to Ryozapaku? That's right, Kenshi the Mightiest Disciple. No one's ever written this crossover before.
Yes, they fucking have.
Did you not? Bro, it was literally
I
dripping from his
sarcasm.
voice as sarcasm.
Yeah,
I
that
could
was
not
me
hear the
being
sarcasm.
sarcastic. No, that was not. Yeah, the author genuinely did not think he was the first person to ever write this crossover. But the author kind of is implying he's the first person to have ever written this crossover because he's asking the question in his summary, what if Ranma ended up here? I don't know, buddy. Why don't we look at the other 300 stories that had that as a plan? Huh?
What if Ranma ended up in the Hell Dimension?
Wow. Then you get that one Oh My Goddess crossover.
Guys,
Sorry,
guys,
all my brain is playing is EM12.
guys, did you know? It's Ranma Slayer Man.
It's John Slayer.
John and Ranma.
Time to slay some things.
Oh, speaking of which, obviously, of course, in Path of Exile, everyone and their mother has tried to make John exile the mercenary. Some lucky bastard did in fact get it. However, I was able to secure Jonathan exiled.
Congratulations.
Wait, what the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck did you do?
I secured a character named Jonathan exiled.
He made it pretty clear what he did, Nose.
I fucking. Oh wait. Oh, because it's a fucking. I see why that would be an issue. Okay. I was like,
Do
why
you?
is it so hard? I was wondering. Listen, I have not ever played Path of Exile. I have no reason to. I was
You
like,
should.
why would you have so many troubles getting a name? And then I remembered. Oh wait. It's one
Giant
name.
You should
MMO.
get out of exile.
Yep.
You would have a better life, honestly.
I don't think that's accurate.
Well, you're wrong. You don't play Path of Exile, do you, Atin?
I have played
He's got you
games
there.
like Path of Exile. It did not improve my life.
Yeah, games like. Do you play Exile likes, or do you call them Diablo likes?
It's Diablo likes.
Clearly Exile likes.
Yeah, it's the Exile likes. Sorry.
Eat shit, Diablo came first.
Well, yes, you're not wrong. It
But
did come first.
Diablo is worse.
It did come first, but it's funnier to call them the other thing because it makes you angry.
However, it dropped the ball
Fair.
about 20 years ago, and I haven't seen a Diablo-like since 2001.
Has it been that long?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Actually, Diablo 2, I believe, came out in 98 or 99. Let's see. Was it 96?
2000.
2000. Okay, so yeah, I was almost spot on. Yeah.
Diablo 1 was 96.
Oh, okay. That's what
Barely.
it was, then.
December 31st, 96.
Damn. So you're saying Diablo 1 is a Christmas story?
It's a New Year's story, technically.
Die Hard's a Christmas story.
I haven't watched Die Hard. Never will.
Oh. You should.
Yep. I won't.
Oh. Hmm.
How can
Yep.
you not watch the most American movie ever made?
Well, there's this thing called not being American, first of all. I don't
How
know if you ever heard about
unfortunate
it.
for you.
That's a
Skill
debuff.
issue.
It's pretty fine, honestly. I don't mind.
No, it sounds like you mind to me.
No,
Yeah,
it
well-
really doesn't sound like he minds.
No, he really doesn't.
Yeah, no, I kind of don't. Yeah, kind of don't care, honestly.
Anyway.
Have you tried
Anyway.
being American?
Have you
No.
tried moving to America?
I haven't, and I
I
won't.
don't think you should do that.
You should overthrow the Norwegian government and request America to invade you for your oil.
No.
We're already
We
planning to
have
do that
our,
for Canada. We don't need another one.
What do we have our libertarians basically winning the next
You can be
election
our
anyway?
53rd state.
No thanks. I think we'll be fine.
That
Come
wasn't
on,
a
Sneaky.
request.
Come on, we can
We have our
do
own
better
oil.
than a 53rd. We can get a 53rd and a 54th out of them.
Yeah, you're right. Incorporate Sweden.
Well, we do need to get Poland
Would you?
too.
No, no,
know,
no,
little
no,
European
no, no.
Texas.
Thinking of
No,
debuffs,
see, what we have to do is we have to
that's a
balkanize.
massive debuff.
We have to
If you-
balkanize the.
Well, I mean, we already have Louisiana. They can't get worse.
What if
Now.
Louisiana was Arab?
Like I said,
What?
we already have
No,
Louisiana.
No.
What?
Oh yeah, true. Al
Mississippi is
Sain,
worse than Louisiana anyway.
Hmm.
Abu Bakr al Sinaril.
Hmm.
No, I think you just said words. I don't
Yes,
understand.
Yeah, he
I
did
said
this thing
Sign's
called.
name as a part of a terrorist's name.
Yes.
Because Sign is now Arab.
Yes, of course. Obviously.
Oh, no.
God damn it, sign.
What a culture of love and tolerance, those Norwegians.
Yep.
I mean, Norway's pretty chill.
No.
I'm pretty sure it's just this Norwegian.
Yeah, I am not chill on purpose.
I was
Actually,
gonna say, you sure about that one?
I really don't feel like being chill, honestly.
Do you
counterpoint.
want to dox
have no
yourself,
chill.
maybe?
Preferably not. Kind of fine, honestly.
You
Not
should
being
do it.
doxxed. I have actually been doxxed to a few people by Instagram of all things.
What?
Yeah,
How?
because I shared some links to some reels because they were funny, and for some reason on one specific fucking day, Instagram decided that yes, today I will show his full name and photo as a hey, you should join Instagram to like hang out with this person.
Oh,
Pretty-
Jesus.
My favorite will forever be the real ID that Blizzard introduced, and they didn't tell anyone they were doing it until they did it. And they're like, "Hey everyone, you know all those people on your WoW friends list? You now know their real names." And everyone was like,
Whoops.
"Why?"
Oh
Yeah.
god,
And
I
then they're just
remember
like,
that.
oh yeah, no, it's not that bad, guys. Here, I'll just show mine. And then everyone fucking doxed him within like 10 seconds, and he's like, oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. No, thankfully, I think it was only one person who actually noticed. Or there might be more who didn't mention it to me, but I don't think so.
Never forget
yeah,
the day
good time.
Isley doxed himself.
True.
The fucking Iceland, man. Honestly, I'm surprised that's not every day.
Well, I mean, he has to leave his tank for him to dox himself further, which, you know, obviously, of
True.
course,
It's
being a
basement.
tanky, he will not.
I don't think that's what that means, Sneaky. But
It's not.
It is what it means when I say it means that.
And
Let's see
last
what I
I
got
checked,
here.
Isley wasn't a communist, but you know what? Fair enough.
You
Anyway,
never
I'm
know.
gonna go. You all have a good night.
You have fun with that.
Good night.
So we got Ranma and Fire Force, which of course obviously makes perfect sense, being that Ranma takes place in 1980 and Fire Force takes place in the year 3000.
I see
so
no
that,
problems here.
Yeah,
You see no
that
issues.
totally crossovers just fine. Oh, he's pulled into the Fire Force universe through a Chaos Rift. Of course, and that's about average for Ranma.
Zinch, please stop making crossovers. Please.
No.
Fuck you, Zinch.
Oh, one of my stories made it into the top 30 on SB. Well, congratulations there, Alvor. Just finished a commission and managed to sneak in 2K words about philosophy
Please,
into
Alvor,
a thinly
please.
veiled tinkering session.
Please, Alvor, tell me it was Redegly. Please don't tell me it was the fucking Genshin cross.
Of course it was the Genshin cross, dude. It was obviously going to be the Genshin cross. Oh,
Thank God it was Redegly.
Damn, that's crazy.
Alright, Space Battles isn't completely unsavable.
For now. Ranma Half Moon. Oh, I'm sure this is going to be good. Ranma, Usagi, Mamoru, and Naru arrive at Cologne's ramen shop, but only Naru and Ranma seem to care about the danger. Also, Ayaka uses strange technique to interrogate the phrase white boy. It's time for Ranma Half Moon Season 2, Phase White Part 3, Chapter 82 Interrogation, Part 1.
Those are a lot of words you just said. I want you to never say
None
them.
of them were in the Bible either.
I can't even tell if they're doing it as a meme or not. Cause like that is so 2000s naming convention for episode. Season 2, Phase White, Part 3 Disintegration, Chapter 82, The Interrogation, Part 1. It's like
What did he mean by this?
Oh, speaking of which, that actually just reminded me. So, we have a client that just moved to SharePoint. And
Always
they
dangerous.
have, by far, the worst folder pathing in existence. It is terrible. It is so bad. It is the worst in existence. Like, they're having so many problems with it because they folderized everything. So it's going over 255 word cap super quickly. So that's the first issue, right? The second issue is they have so many redundant folders and file names, right? So they have a file called like June 2020 data sheet for closing house arguments, copy of copy of copy.
Oh.
Janet. It's
really,
like,
Janet.
Okay, well, what folder is that in? Oh, it's in Closing House. Okay, what's Closing House in? June of 2020. Okay, what's June of 2020 in? Data sheets. And it's like, why do you have all of these folders if you're just going to name the file the entire folder path? Like, what's the point of that? Why are you going to organize all of this stuff by having an excessive number of folders if you're just going to call the file the exact thing you just spent time organizing through folders? They don't get it. They are very resistant to fixing it, and they keep complaining that it keeps breaking. And it's like, well, you guys keep fucking making the fucking names of the files longer.
Many such cases.
But it shouldn't be many such cases, but it is.
Most unfortunate.
Ooh.
High School Campione. Okay, I'm not surprised by that one. Most used most used tags. Worm, self-insert, crossover, AU.
This surprises no
For
one.
what?
Space battles. Most used tags in
Yeah,
space
not surprising.
battles. Yeah. Not shocking at all. The stories that won the positions, not shocking at all. Weaponization of mythos should be fucking shot. I fucking hate that story. It should not have won anything at all. That is ridiculous, winning 42 awards. The story itself isn't bad. The problem is the author's French, and he writes the entire story in French grammar.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And when people pointed out to him that he's writing a story in English in French grammar, his response was, "Stop pointing it out to me. I'm French. I'm going to write it in the way I know how to."
That's retarded.
No epic
Yeah.
loot here, only puns is still going? God damn, I stopped reading that 5 years ago.
Wait, that's going?
It's still going. It's got 1 million words now.
What? Link it again, I guess.
Jesus Christ. You can't buy yourself a new gun. The package clearly says.
It
A
just
young
updated
girl's...
Monday.
Yeah, like I said. Damn, if I knew this was gonna happen, Gray, I would have gotten those 2 chapters out, because we would have been number 10. We would have beaten Kepri Sensei.
The fuck is Kepri Sensei?
Worm My Hero Academia post Golden Morning.
Cursed.
5,000 readers. 5,200 readers. Undying Scarab is so close to that, I think.
See more entries.
5,170. We could have absolutely broken that. Damn.
Maybe
Opportunity
QQ
cost.
should start doing awards.
I don't know if I want to see what wins awards on QQ.
I was gonna say, you sure you want that, Chief?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
That sounds like something you think you want.
No.
Most degenerate story on QQ.
Come on, sign.
I really don't think we want to see that one. No.
No, we really don't.
To me, there are people who write worse shit than me.
Yeah, I know.
I don't care that they write worse shit than you. Don't fucking bring it up. I don't want to fucking hear about it.
We were on that one time, and one time only.
What time?
Because so that guy's posts, he does it every so often. We got mentioned once.
Oh, we did. Shit.
We got mentioned exactly once because I got a ping for that shit.
God. Yeah, well, that might explain why we keep having small spikes here and there.
Alert.
I cannot. Tanya in the Song of Ice and Fire.
Is she getting her
Eh.
magic?
That's a good question. Does she get her magic?
The problem with that is I'm pretty sure I've seen that, and all they've done is have her basically recreate fucking gunpowder and brings guns and firearms and armaments to Westeros.
Yep, most people do that. Yeah.
Mm.
There was an actual really good one that did that. Oh fuck, who did that?
Third time's the charm.
Andrew J. Maybe it was the one with Greyjoy. No, Greyjoy LaBreve.
Oh.
But yeah, I've seen that. I've seen one where it's Tywin's daughter, but like it doesn't really matter because she's a daughter, so she's not gonna. But people write as if that can help her achieve shit. Like people make
Tanya
in
the
Westeros-
Evil born into House of the Dragon timeline.
The problem,
Huh?
the problem with the problem with that
No.
is having Tanya as a daughter means she's not really going to accomplish all that much as a female in Westeros. Like you can try and girl boss all you want, but that's just going to get you killed.
Well,
Yeah,
it
there's
certainly
a
did
there's a
for-
certain set of
That's what you give her magic.
things that
Magic
they're
is a
gonna
witch
do.
and she
Wow.
gets killed.
Who could have guessed this? Staff
Mm.
post warning in character misogyny.
Yeah.
Stop
Really?
having modern world discussions. Stay on topic. Stop castrations. What do you mean, stop castrations?
What the fuck
What?
do you mean? Why was that brought up?
That's concerning that's in there as a warning.
Hey,
Oh,
hang on.
okay. So apparently
This
it's a
was,
mod alert saying, guys, stop joking about castrating people. It's not funny anymore. You've been doing it for several pages.
Okay. Because I was about to say, in Game of Thrones, that
Right.
is a thing they do to the
Tanya can do a lot, but
Unsullied.
she'd have to use a woman's weapons. Yeah, but the problem is Tanya's never used a woman's weapons, even in Tanya the Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the thing. She's,
Tanya.
like, she's still a
She's too
male
young to
mindset.
use a woman's
She's
weapons.
still a male mindset, and she's always going to be a male mindset, Alvor. So you can
Well,
say
no,
that, but it's
no,
not going to
hang on.
accomplish anything.
No, I wouldn't
No,
say
she
that.
is actually explicitly using her femininity, her childlike femininity, mind you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
in
she
Tanya the Evil,
she
but she's still a
explicitly never has
child.
a chance to use her woman's weapons because she's a child. So
Yeah, exactly. She's using what she has, which is childlike
Mm.
cuteness and being a little girl.
yeah,
Which is not
nothing
going to
like
mean
using
much
a
in
childlike
Westeros.
voice to announce that you're about to bomb a location to make them not run.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right?
But the problem
no,
is that
forget
in
Tanya.
Westeros, that's not accomplishing anything. In fact, it might actually get some men interested in her as a wife, which is ugh.
Yeah.
True. But no, if you gave Tanya her calculative magic from Yojo Sinki in Westeros, that's pretty much a recipe for a ruffle stomp. Like
No, it
nobody's
isn't.
gonna be able to touch her.
Well, yeah.
Yes, it
no
is.
Shit.
Well, no. What does it give her if she doesn't have firearms or anything created? Sure, she gets flight, but they've got
Right.
big ballistic
They
and shit
have-
like that. They deal with
Okay.
dragons.
Explosive formulas.
What the absolute fuck is happening in this story?
Huh?
Off moderator's note. 2 notes on the discourse in this thread regarding Tanya, her sexuality, and her duties as the royal heir. Note 1.
Oh.
If you wish to criticize Tanya as a character, you must choose your words carefully. While we can accept that misogynistic slurs like whore and harlot, not really misogynistic, it's just a slur, can be flung around in the story. I mean, you can use them against men too. Whore, at least. Word, man, whore. Can be flung around in the story due to the setting, because these are lower, inferior people. They're allowed to use these words.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's a great way
Arguments
to-
made by commenters, however, such as the phrase, Tanya acted like a slut and paid the price for it, she should have known better, is completely unacceptable.
I mean, is the commenter wrong?
That That's
You know,
so-
Sneaky no.
I have no idea.
I don't. I'm
I
gonna
also
go
don't-
ahead and just say we should
Mm.
sidestep this
Yeah.
fucking quagmire with a 10-foot pole. Maybe, kind of.
Point
maybe,
number
please.
2. If you wish to criticize Tanya, you must do so with the awareness that you are not a small-minded peasant, but are actually living in the real world of the modern-day 21st century with a modern understanding and sympathy towards women's sexuality.
Why does this person keep calling us
Oh, there we
peasants?
fucking
Are they
go.
from fucking Bretonia or something?
Well, no, basically
You
their
must
point...
aspire to a higher social order.
Well, no, their point basically is that because medieval people are uneducated, retarded Philistine peasants who are only fit to eat dirt, it's okay if they're sexist because they just can't know better.
They're
Yes,
also saying you're not supposed to slut shame Tanya for, having sex and probably, I don't know, getting some negative consequences there.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, so we're dealing with this fallacy again.
Yes. Women in Westeros have no right to abortions, and their husbands can legally rape them.
You don't have a right to that here.
I don't remember that. I mean, it is
What was I
George
gonna
R. R.
say?
Martin. It is George R. R. Martin. So
it is,
that
but I don't
might
think
be
it is.
true.
Okay, so
Okay, no, that's
what
not
it
how
what it
it's
is,
put.
Sneaky, is that when people use that phrase,
Okay,
what they
no,
mean
it
is
was explicitly abolished. Okay, so that's not allowed. So the
Yeah.
moderator is just explicitly a retarded elitist. Got
Yes.
it.
huh.
Yes.
Many such cases.
Many, many.
No, okay, so what they're talking about is spousal rape, which is the husband wants to have sex, the wife does not, and the husband does it any fucking way, which is literally how they did things back in the day. But yeah,
That's what they say.
But again, we're nearing that fucking fallacy again.
yeah, that is a fallacy though.
Mm.
It because a woman's duty was to her husband, they could say, well, she was coerced into it because she felt like it was her duty, but she didn't really want it. Well, you can't.
Well, not just that, right?
You don't know. You can't talk to
It's
those people.
entire right
Moon
again.
tea wasn't cheap, but it's well understood and many women used it. Yeah, I'm sure they did. Noble women had lots of rights. I'm sure they did. Yes, she had marital obligations,
Yeah.
but that does not mean you can violate her. Yeah, again, it's this whole thing is I really take with a heavy grain of salt this whole retroactive. Actually, back in the day, every act of sex was rape because the woman never wanted it. Well, how do we know that? Oh, I said so. Oh,
Yeah, well, I would
okay.
say that's the thing, right? It's tricky because there are plenty of times when the woman quite literally wouldn't have had an option, right? And even if she's there going, "No, I don't want to," and the husband, picks her up, throws her on the bed, and does whatever you want, like she can't do anything about that. She does not have the rights to do anything about that. But
It's a mixed bag because it's like, okay, but who's writing it down? When are they writing it down?
yeah, well,
Why
that's,
are they
that's what I'm
writing
trying
it
to say.
down?
It's one of those things that's really tricky to deal with because sometimes it's going to be true and sometimes it's not going to be true.
Yeah, because it's just like, okay, but what if the person's writing it that wrote it down, like, oh yeah, this dude, yeah, he raped his wife. What if that dude actually had a blood feud with that guy's family? And so he's like, he raped his wife, he kicks babies, he beats dogs regularly. Like, what if he's just completely fucking bullshitting it, and like half the book gets lost, and all we have is the page that says, yeah, this dude rapes his wife, and it's like, okay, well,
No. So I will outright interject.
Sure, yeah, go.
A noble woman had marital obligations and rights. If
Sure,
you're
yeah.
talking about the English Middle Ages,
Yeah,
she
reproduce,
owned her
lineage.
dowry,
Yeah.
she owned property, she owned any property she brought into the marriage. And there is a difference between what we would consider unpleasant done for done for duty things
Right.
versus actual violation.
Right.
If a
Yeah.
noble
You
woman
have
was
to
raped,
produce an heir. You have to produce a spare. That sort of. Yeah.
yeah, it's your job. It's literally your obligation to your family. It's part of why you have the privileges you're born with. But at the same time, if a nobleman raped his wife, not only is that grounds for a war, that's grounds for an annulment or even a
Right. Yeah.
divorce.
Because the wife would be part of another family, and usually these agreements were done to prevent wars. So
The only time that it
You know.
was explicitly stated that that happened was the king himself essentially forcing himself onto his wife.
Yeah,
And no one
because
stopped it because
Viserys
he was
is a
the king.
psycho, and
Not,
Yeah, Ares
increased.
was a psycho and he was the king, so
Yeah.
Which
they
is
couldn't stop him.
unfortunately so. The prima nocta, the right of first night, was actually not real. It's sort of a myth. Sort of, there were some assholes that did do screwed up shit, but as an institutional right, prima nocta with an A, Nima, my good, uh, Vaughn, no, and it was sort of a thing. The Renaissance people said, "Oh, those medievals were so barbaric and savage and did it."
Right.
So
Right. Telling tall
this
tales. Yeah.
isn't me calling you an idiot. It's just there's a lot of misunderstanding around this.
No,
If
no,
you
that's why I said earlier where I was just like, yeah, but who wrote these sorts of things down? Why were they writing these sorts of things down? I really have to take all of this with grains of salt because if certain parties were in charge of how history was viewed, then they would declare every single instance of sex ever to be rape.
and
So
I'm not
it's just.
saying that abuse didn't happen.
Oh yeah,
A lot of
absolutely.
times abuse was tolerated, is pretty particular because it meant that an alliance held, and that's a very unpleasant thing. But it was literally geopolitics. But if say you're the Duke of Wales or whatever, not the Duke of Wales, that'd be the Prince of England. Say you're the Duke of Northumbria, and you beat the ever loving crap out of your wife, who is for whatever reason some baron's daughter. Say she was the most beautiful woman in the land. She is going to go to your bishop, and she is going to show the bishop the bruises on her body, and that bishop is going to excommunicate you. He's going to go to the Archbishop in Canterbury. The Archbishop is going to go to the king, might go to the Pope, and that Duke might very well all of a sudden face a rebellion because, holy crap, if he's willing to beat a noblewoman, who knows what else he's doing?
Right.
So,
Exactly. Yeah.
could it happen? Yes. Did it happen? Unfortunately, but in especially medieval English, for particular context, because it was very different in say like Russia or parts of Scandinavia. Um, the Swedes were a bit rough and tumble for a little while there, but
They had to deal with the Danes.
I was gonna say, ironically, if you like, it was the Norse, like actual Norse, who gave your average woman the most right. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of times because Norse women were kind of expected that if your husband mistreats you, you slit their throat.
Well, life is very
well,
hard in the
no,
north, as we know.
sure, that was an option, but they also had literal, actual grounds for
Divorce.
divorces.
Oh yeah, no, they could actually bring charges and had suit. Yeah, no, I was speaking specifically about the nobility, and I think it was Swedish inheritance law that was different, but no, in specifically medieval England, a noble woman was not. You could not violate her if you were, especially if you were a lower rank, they will just hang you. Like if you're a knight and you like
Hang him.
literally, if you were say a knight and you assaulted a baronet, well, guess what? Your own lord is going to hunt you down, hang you, draw and quarter you, and possibly just present the offended party with your head on a pike because the weregild system was mostly abolished in favor of the ransom system. And while ransoms could be accepted in place of certain crimes, and once trial by combat was no longer accepted, though not quite abolished, then, and especially if you offended someone important,
Well, there was such a
so-
thing as a wereguild, which was supposedly like the
No, that-
payment
You already,
for.
you
already
literally
called it.
already,
Yeah,
you are literally late.
Oh
to the
well, then
party, dude.
I missed that one. I apologize.
So the Wereguild system was an older Germanic system, mostly, and it was largely replaced
And
by a
Norse.
more Germanic, Scandinavian, Nordic,
Yeah.
that cultural ethno-linguistic supergroup. And it was replaced more by the practice of ransoming, which I believe was more French-inspired and under the Normans after 1066. And then
Yeah, about not
again,
harming the nobility. Yeah.
everything is politics. If you are a noble, you could probably assault a woman and do whatever and then give her family some silver. But that's assuming the family doesn't just gather a mob and lynch you. Or
Well, I mean, that's also assuming that you didn't do it on like another duke's land or something, and they didn't go to their town mayor, and the mayor didn't go to the, to go up the chain, and then eventually
because
gets to
in
the
theory,
duke.
you could appeal to the king. You in theory had the ability to appeal to the king, and even if you are a powerful lord, and if you are making enough trouble and the peasants aren't paying their taxes, the king might just say, "Yeah, no, I'm stripping you of your lands. You have to abdicate, and you're going to go into exile in a foreign monastery. And if you ever come back to England, we'll hang you."
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like.
And also, it might not even be that. It may be, okay, well, we're going to strip you naked and whip you out of town, and then you can go back about your business. But congratulations, you were beaten bloody raw, and you might die of the infection.
Flogging.
Right.
This is in fact part of our plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
no.
mean, it's a very mixed bag. But overall, like I said, I don't really believe the extreme cases being the normality, like the punch the wife, have sex with her while her unconscious body every single night. It's like I don't believe these sorts of stories were even remotely anything more than the most outlier of cases, as they are in modern day.
It's obviously made up bullshit.
Yeah. But anyway,
It's
so
just to
the
justify modern worldviews.
yeah, point 2 is women in Westeros have no right to abortion, and husbands can legally rape them, making arguments out of character such as all a noble woman is expected to do is pop out some babies. It's not that big of a deal. Is not acceptable.
Both of those statements, we've already gone over the rape one, but the abortion one is also blatantly untrue. There's moon tea that you can take.
Yeah,
Like, it damages your womb.
Martin explicitly put in
It's birth
magic.
control, not abortion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's birth control, not abortion. Those are not.
Yes,
No,
yeah.
Mochi is an abortifacient. It's literally a poison.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
too much of it.
But what I'm saying though is that it was a known thing, as you said, and but not only that was it a known thing, it was a thing that like the guys more or less, yeah, they sort of knew about it, but most guys, I can guarantee you, back then, this day and age, no matter what it is, if you said that was moon tea and that's black tea, the guy would look at both teas and be like, I can't fucking tell the difference.
It's tea, man. Just drink it.
And so the wife drank the moon tea, and he never figured out. And she just had an abortion. Oh, not abortion. Miscarriage. Oh, she had a miscarriage. God did not want that one, or something, right? It's. I wouldn't be surprised at all for such occurrences to even be about as common as modern day. Like I said, maybe not as easily as acquired. Definitely, more of the upper landed gentry having the ability to acquire it than random peasant. But then again, random peasant number 9 doesn't exactly have the luxury of not having kids.
If it's just a tea made from some damn roots or something,
it's specific roots.
Anybody who specific roots. All right, if you know which ones, you can make it yourself. it probably
Yeah.
wouldn't be hard. That's how most herbal remedies work.
Right,
Like,
but the thing is
somebody
that
had
if it's
aspirin,
not
the
if
plant
it's not if
for
it's
it.
not prevalent to your area, then you need to be rich to be able to contact the
Oh
merchant to
yeah,
bring it to
sure.
you.
Oh yeah, but
So,
if it just goes in your area, you just go out and pick some.
But yeah, if a merchant passes through the village and they're like, "Hey, got some moon tea here for you," it's like, okay, well, boom, done. But my point is more prevalent among the upper, but also because the lower peasantry, they didn't really have an option of not having kids because you kind of had to have a lot of kids because A, child mortality, B, you need one kid to take over the farm, you need one kid to marry out, you need another kid to help with the farm, you need another kid to help with the farm, you need another kid to help with the farm.
But also free labor, yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I understand it, to elaborate slightly, moon tea is basically supposed to be tansy tea, which was a
Yeah.
real life
Yes.
abortifacient. In real life, there's about 24 different ways medievals handled contraception.
Yeah, no, it was a real thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was an
Yeah.
active and real thing, and the only thing that was preventing it from possibly being as used as commonly today was the economic situation where you needed more people, and the economic situation of where if those plants did not grow in your area, you needed the money to contact someone to bring them to you.
It's also dangerous.
Oh yeah.
That's
Well, yeah. Obviously, drinking poison is dangerous, and not everyone would be willing to drink said poison just to not have a child, because again, culture definitely saw having children in a far different light than they do today.
so. I think the mod using the term right to an abortion is very much presupposing modernisms on
Oh, of
what would be
course,
at the
obviously.
time period. That would be something that needs to be kept extraordinarily private, but it would be woman's medicine,
Yeah.
and it would be, maybe you go to the herbalist
Yeah.
and you say, I need such and such, I can't have this child. Or if you're a woman and you've had a lot of trouble with previous childbirths,
Yes. Yeah.
maybe you accidentally get pregnant again because you and your husband are in love and you do your thing, and
You fear the final child being the death of you. Yeah.
yeah. And so there were very much legitimate contexts in which it was a
Sure.
medical necessity. Um,
Their final sentence is a woman who. This is the final not allowed sentence. A woman who expects to choose her own husband in Westeros is delusional and ungrateful. I mean,
more or less, if you're a noble, yeah.
yeah.
If you're a
Just
peasant, you choose your own
she's
husband.
literally the princess. Tanya reincarnates as the princess.
Then yes,
Then,
you're completely
yeah.
delusional.
Yeah.
You have no right. Full stop. To the to choose who you will wed, because who you wed will determine the fate of not only the kingdom.
It will be the
everyone
future
is,
king.
Yeah, joining families, molding families together, war ties, power balances. It's like, I'm sorry, but
you have to be very
we're not
careful.
in an era where that can be, done.
If you want to choose your husband, either be a bastard or a peasant. Because
Yeah.
peasants got to choose their husbands for the most part. Usually it was some form of arranged marriage.
Well,
but
yeah.
Well, no, I mean, let's be clear. It was usually some form of village arrangement. Like there was a
Yeah.
Right,
Such
but it
a-
was more like, do you want John, Jake, or Ralph?
Go for Ralph, he's a
Well, what if I
blacksmith.
don't want any of those options?
Well, too bad.
We can check the
Well, you
next
can't
village
marry
over.
Samuel. He's your cousin.
Yeah.
No.
Anyway, I'm getting dinner.
Yeah.
There's a blacksmith.
And on that note,
Yeah.
domestic abuse was not tolerated in the Middle Ages. There's at least
Oh,
one
yeah.
case I've read where a man beat his wife to the point she did have a miscarriage, and he was lynched by the wife's family. So
As it should be.
Well, yeah, because lineage was taken very seriously by everyone.
and that was like peasants doing that.
Yeah, like I said,
So
by everyone.
you know, the village changed that when peasantry kind of became pseudo serfs, because it wasn't as bad as full encirclement. You weren't literally the lord's property, but you were tied to the land, and therefore, or partially. Oh fuck! Oh,
Are you okay?
I'm having
You
a
need
rough.
to go to bed.
I've been spitting up a bit, and I tried to sleep, and it made it worse.
Bruh.
No, just to finish real quick. So, when you're the princess, the reason why
Tanya does
you
have magic, by the way, so it makes it even worse.
Oh yeah, no. In
Eh.
that case, you have to be careful because if you abuse your magic, you're either abusing a gift of the gods of the seven who are one, which will God, or you are a woods witch, and there's no telling what you made a deal with, especially because magic is dead in the Westeros. So says all of the learned men of the Empire.
Yeah, she has holy healing powers, according to this one commenter.
Yeah, that would be probably taken quite. But I would still say she would be viewed as an asset because magic is a known resource in that setting. So to a degree, she would have a large capacity for choice, but it would be here are the 20 most powerful noble houses in the kingdom. These are your only real options. We can negotiate within this. But
And some of
whoever
them
she
don't
marries,
have male heirs.
yeah, no, if you don't have male heirs, who boy,
Yeah.
well, your house has just fallen. I hope you had strong allies.
Yeah.
Because this is a point in time where it had been decided that brothers inherited before daughters, which was what caused the Dance of the Dragons in the first place, because that was broken. And then you have the issue of the canonical disputed succession, and unless you're popping out like Rhaenyra canonically had 3 sons, I think, which is a good number. But unless you're having like a small pack of children, which is dangerous in and of itself,
Yeah.
you're in for a rough time. Especially the show Rhaenyra, because her husband was of a darker complexion and her children were not. It was that would not have flown. That would have been on the level of House Valerion is very seriously considering revolt.
Right. Yeah, no,
Um,
it's just it's kind of crazy because it's always these complaints about the things women, suffered under in the Middle Ages and shit like that. And it's like, I'm sorry, who do you think died by the hundreds of thousands in the wars?
Yeah, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, the women were expected to produce kids. Okay, yeah, and the men were expected to, if the Lord says so, pick up their fucking pitchfork, spear, put on some light cloth gambeson, and charge at the other guys wearing light cloth gambesons with their spears because, their lord insulted his daughter by calling her uncomely, so they're gonna have a light scuffle along their borders. Except actually that light scuffle resulted with you and 20 of the other people from the village who were fighting age men being dead.
Yeah. On top of that, what people don't understand, and I'm scrolling through the thread, and these people just don't understand how houses work.
Well, of course not. They don't fucking care. All they care about is their modern understanding and how it elevates them above the stupid, low intelligence peasantry that they think the nobility really is.
And that's the problem, is there was a huge amount of not just tradition but actual law.
Yeah.
And you have to understand that yes, when you marry into a house, the cloak in A Song of Ice and Fire in particular, and this was representative of a few traditions. The cloak of your house is removed from your shoulders, and then the husband cloaks his wife in his cloak,
Right.
which literally has house colors. You are legally transferring her from her father's house
Her husband's.
to her husband's house. This isn't because she's property. This is because it is a transferring of the literal, divinely ordained legal rights, obligations.
Duty of care and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like when you are entering into your husband's house, there are literal legal protections for that. And then on top of that, you have a huge amount of traditions. And a big part of that is that woman is symbolically no longer going to hold prime allegiance to her father's house, but to her husband's house. She will protect them and their children as if they were her main family. And good night, Gray. And thank you for listening to me rant. I'm really into this kind of thing.
No, it's always good to have people around like this because there's plenty of people out there that like to twist the facts of history to suit their political narrative. And this, of course, then gets written down in an incestuous loop, gets reported on, which then makes more people believe that that's how it was because someone they're supposed to trust said it was. And then, then they go on to repeat it. And then, 200 years down the line, all you have is people repeating a lie of some political ideologue instead of actual truth of what happened.
And again, I want to stress this. When a woman marries into a house, she retains her rights to her dowry. If there is an annulment or a divorce, she keeps that. She maintains any property that she owned in total, and she maintains, rather, that is, if there is property she purchased with money she had from her family, that property is still hers. Say she had a garden that grew medicinal herbs. Say she owned lace that she had been having sewn by washerwomen. Da 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 da. Doesn't matter what it is. It depends on certain traditions and in some cases legal rights. Because women were literally guaranteed employment as widows in I think from the 1200s in England gone on, and that there was a number of certain obligations to do with spinning cloth that only widows were legally allowed to do it in these conditions because that meant you had to go to the widows and support themselves and their kids. But um women had a huge amount of rights. It's just they are not the ones who would necessarily hold the line of divine ordination usually, which is also why their marriages were so important, why you had to be a virgin, because the foundation of the feudal society was the unbroken chain of succession. You do not own your property because it is your property. You own your property because you inherited it from your father, da, 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 who was divinely ordained by the seven who are one on high, God Almighty Himself, to hold this in stewardship until the day Christ returns. It is a literal command from God that you maintain this and fulfill your obligations and protect your rights. So that succession is what entitles you to it. It is because you are of this line that you have rights to it, or because these agreements, because these contracts, because of these oaths and vows and compromises. It's why selling titles to non-nobles tended to piss off nobles so much. Because when merchant such and such buys a title of minor nobility, you're literally selling to God. You're literally saying that the unbroken chain of succession is something which can be bought and sold.
Right.
And so, again, to take someone like Rainier and Kate in hand, if she was suspected of adultery, like it did in the books, It could well cause a civil war. And if she was known to have committed adultery or to have not been a virgin on the day of her wedding, well, congratulations, your children's parentage are now in doubt. Their claim to the throne is now in doubt. The succession may now be disputed. And if it gets bad enough, well,
Civil War.
yeah. Because at the end of the day, might makes right, and all that divine nonsense is a lot of fancy justification. Or my hammer's bigger than your hammer. I'm going to bash your skull in. And I have an excuse because God says my claim is better because all your children are bastards and illegitimate.
Right.
And they took this very seriously. I oversimplified it in power politics being power politics. This was not to them some game or excuse. They took this literally. They took this deadly seriously. It's why allegations of bastardy and of fraud were taken so seriously. Because it could be a death knell for a lord if it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. But say your rival from 3 counties over paid a bunch of bards to sing a really popular song that implies your mother slept with Satan hands. Well, guess what? Your parentage is now in doubt. And maybe you have a neighbor who doesn't like you, and you've been feuding over this uh, stretch of land because it's really good game land. And he decides, well, his allies are doubting him. I'll go press my claim. And maybe the abbot will be amenable because the abbot likes the song and thinks my rival is now a bastard. And look at that. You've got people marching in to carve off a chunk of your land because they think you're a bastard and therefore have no right to that land. And so all of this was basically high school politics taken to the umpteenth degree.
Right.
And completely and totally seriously. I will also say this. Some of the most famous noblewomen in all of human history, what was it, Black Betty, Black Bertha? She was a Scottish noblewoman who, even after her husband was killed in battle by the English, upon having her castle come under siege, politely told the English to F off, led the castle through an entire siege, made sure that not only were their spirits kept up, but they were continually resupplied, negotiated with other Scottish lords, established alliances, repelled multiple assaults by organizing the guards herself. She didn't fight, but she organized them, appointed officers, made sure they were good to go. And she's still like a minor folk hero in Scotland to this day because she prevented one of the early English attempts at genuinely subjugating Scotland. And if her castle had fallen, the Scottish would have basically been able to march straight up the eastern coast of Scotland, and it would have been a straight shot to the then capital. So English women could very much wield power in their own right. Well, noble women, I should say, could very much wield power in their own rights. They were not slaves. They were not property. They were legally part of their husband's household, over which a noble, the lord of the house, held the right of life and death. I don't remember the Latin phrase for it, but it is literally that you have the authority to decide life and death. And then you have the duty, the obligation to wield that power justly, and in
Because
accordance
again,
with,
the whole the God chosen family thing.
yeah, and that's the other thing. If you're a tyrannical lord and the priest says nope, you are not ordained by God, all of a sudden the peasants start looking at you because you might be their earthly master, but heaven is literally forever, and so is hell. And excommunication means hell.
Right.
So I'm sorry, this has got me really upset. I'm reading some of the thread, and it's just it's slay queen, slay girl boss, yas, and it's
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've read a little bit myself. Yeah, it does get very frustrating with people like these because, unfortunately, as I've found very often, you cannot negotiate with someone who has maneuvered themselves into a position through emotion. It doesn't matter how much evidence you pull up, or how much history you explain, or how much meaning or symbology, or various sources you bring apart for the conversation. If they got there because they feel it, then that's the end of the conversation.
Mhm. And the worst thing is though is that it establishes these falsities that just fly.
Well, yeah, because like I said earlier, it's an unfortunate case of a lie being repeated often enough that people who are unaware or uncaring um, pick it up and run with it as the truth. And this happens very frequently, as we've talked about before, with fan fiction, especially with the whole fanon thing, where authors will make up stuff that sound remotely close to canon, but definitely not canon. And then the readers who do not understand the difference between stuff that the author makes up and stuff that's actually real in the fictional universe will then take this and bring this idea with them to other places and assert it as fact, and harass people that don't follow their idea of what you know canon should be.
Mm.
Uh-huh. And they get upset when you take it seriously.
Yeah, or not seriously
Um,
enough, or because they felt like it.
mhm.
Mhm.
And it's just a case of you genuinely don't care about this. It's either a vessel for your politics or you treat it as if it is not internally a
Or
serious deal.
identity.
Yeah, God, yes, no. Keep modern identities out of the Middle Ages, keep it out of 40K. Um, that without getting this too bad, just as a quick aside, that's what I hate when I see modern politics in 40K.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
40K is not the modern world. It has absolutely nothing to do with the real world. And the context in which modern politics have evolved do not exist in 40K. And the context in which the Middle Ages functioned is also not the modern day. They won't put up with your stuff. They'll think you have demons in your head, and they'll think that, yeah, no, we don't need to take you seriously. You're mentally ill. We should probably just give you to the priests because they'll keep you fed and safe. Like, try without getting too into it. If you expressed modern sexual minority positions in the Middle Ages, they would look at you as if you were touched. And
Well, everyone
I
looks at
want
you
to
as
be
if you're
clear.
touched.
Yeah, like listen, if you told someone you were two spirit in Middle Ages England, they would look at you really hard. And
They
that's
would look
another
at you
thing.
like you're possessed.
Yeah, and the thing is though is they aren't gonna just drill in your head to get the demons out. It might be that you need to be given to the priests or the nuns, and they're going to go give you a healing bath and then feed you the saints diet for a month or two. Which, in case you were wondering, is bread, water, and fish with herbs. All cold, by the way. You can't have hot food. Hot food is too decadent. Um,
Do they at least cook the fish first?
yes.
Like,
They
I
cook the
understand that
fish.
it'll be served to me cold.
But you might be told, yeah, you've got to go be an ascetic in the woods for like 6 months and pray.
Sounds great.
Literally pray 1,000 Hail Marys a day, every single day. Um, lol, tent peg. Uh, no. Um, this is enough for me. I basically dominated. I will say this: if anyone ever hears this and they want to write Middle Ages fan fiction, treat the people in the Middle Ages as if they were intelligent human beings because they were, and all of this was deadly serious to them for the most part. Genuine atheists and genuine cynics tended to be more along the lines of, yes, God is real, hell is real. I'm already so screwed up, I'm just gonna have a laugh and a good time while I'm on Earth. Type deal. You don't genuine anti-theism doesn't really come about. You have anti-clericalism, but not anti-theism. Um, Social standards were completely different. Women had a huge amount of power and influence in their own way. They just usually weren't leading armies. Physical training and martial training for women was kind of sort of a thing in some courts. It depends on your standing and the traditions. For example, there were certain ways for women to go hunting, especially in falconry, with certain specific types of birds. If you were a noblewoman, you should be expected to ride both side saddle and properly. Then you'd ride side saddle in public, assuming you were riding a horse at all. And if you were pregnant, you didn't ride a horse because that could actually cause a miscarriage. Um, Another thing, women don't always bleed on the wedding night. They were not really obsessed with that. That was not how they measured purity. And there were also very much religious ideas around the idea of being a virgin. It is to be physically and spiritually untainted by worldliness. It is to be, in a way, Mary like, to be Christ like. And so, if you're writing medieval fiction, you're going to have to recall that even if you don't consider religion as a very important thing, they did. And they were not fools, they were not superstitious. Yes, they had superstitions, but it was often a very good way of avoiding danger. For example, a lot of boogeymen and monsters in the night had more to do with it being miserably cold and pitch black outside in medieval Europe. This was one of the periods of the post-Roman cooling, I believe, and then it warms up, and then it gets cold again in the 1800s. I think late 1800s is when the Thames froze over, and you have another cooling period.
Well,
But
I mean, that's just jutting in real quick, right? One of the biggest problems that people tend to forget about is, oh, why did these people have such weird beliefs? Haha, look at them. They're stupid and dumb. Forgetting that, no, these people didn't know what the fuck the movement of a tectonic plate was. That was God being pissed off at you for sniffing the wrong bush. Like,
yeah,
they didn't have a better explanation for this. They couldn't have a better explanation for it.
and they weren't. They also weren't dumb about things. They might just say, "Well, that's God being angry at you. Don't do it again," because that could get people hurt. Um, and also, everyone was pretty much literate in the local language. You were considered illiterate in real life if you didn't speak Latin or if you couldn't read and write Latin. But pretty much everyone knew basic maths and basic letters. It's kind of hard to be a farmer
That face
and
from the
keep
Middle
track of.
Ages is more educated than the modern day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, most
Yeah.
of them couldn't read. But yes, most of them, they
No,
could
no,
all
no.
do basic math.
You could read
Numbers.
basic letters,
Yeah.
not necessarily like we would call it. You would probably be quite able to read shorthand. You would be able to read basic bills, and you would have. This is again talking about English peasantry from the 1100s onwards, of course. But you would be able to read and write to probably a sixth, seventh grade level in the local dialect of English. The problem,
Need to
of course,
read a bill of sale.
yeah. There's a very famous story, and I think this is actually from the early 1800s, though, because dialects were so different. That there were a group of Englishmen from London who were attempting to speak with a peasant woman, and they were asking to buy eggs, and they could kind of sort of understand each other, but she spoke an entirely different dialect, and to them, egg was the French derived oof or oof almost, and to her, an egg was an airin, which was more Gale influenced, um, with the long Y sound. And so eventually they get around and they say, yes, we want an Aaron. He goes, oh, Aaron. And then she expresses something to the effect of, well, why didn't you just speak English? I don't speak French. So if you take someone from like the back country of rural England today with a massively thick Shire accent, now magnify that by about 5 times over.
Yeah, because again, yeah, like these villages, they don't really leave the village. Like it.
Not like we do.
Yeah, not
You might
obviously not like they left. Yeah, sometimes there'd be big caravans or whatever, but like generally speaking, traveling to the next city was like a once a year thing, once a 6 month thing.
for fairs.
Yeah,
And you might travel a couple villages over for market days if they were especially important markets.
right. And
But
so like the English language in general, this is where we got a lot of the different spellings of words, because when they finally got established as a universalized established dictionary, and this is how you spelled the word, a lot of it was monks who were taking understandings in from the local areas and the nobles they talked to and everything, and they're like, all right, well, everyone seems to be doing this more often, so this is how we're going to spell this one, and everyone seems to be doing this one more often, so this is how we're going to spell this one. And so it wasn't always, they didn't take like the local London dialect and write that as the official English. They took everyone's dialects and were trying to figure out, okay, what's the most common shit here that everyone will generally understand when we redistribute this. And what that ended up being is that's why we get all these little weird, things when it comes to English language and pronunciation of certain letters, and, oh, yeah, this is how this word is normally pronounced, and this is how this letter normally gets pronounced, but if you write it like this or use it in this context, it's now pronounced a completely different way because actually it's sourced from this word, which actually was sourced from that word, which was pronounced this way over here, and it's just a wild, conflux of shit. But what you got with all of these villages, which were mostly isolated for a large majority of the time, is you had accent drift, and yeah, the accents might drift in the same general direction in the same general areas. Especially, accent drift would happen a lot in the cities, actually, where you had other nations coming in, people from other nations coming in, trying to speak your language, and you kind of compromising on how to pronounce the word between the two of you. And then that generally becoming the general pronunciation of the word in the area. Or you had shit like the fucking nobles who wanted to be French and tried to pronounce things like a Frenchman.
That reminds me, there's a very good comic about the Battle of Crécy, and there's a longbowman speaking to his comrades, and he says this in a very crude way, but how do you know Norman is a Frenchman? Because he will tell you very loudly in French that he's not a Frenchman.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Sneaky,
yeah,
if I ever see you type what you just typed out again, I'm going to kill you. I don't care how drunk you are. Don't do it.
That last
Granted,
was
I
an
don't really have much
exaggerated
room
by
to talk
Atin
there.
threatened me in 46 different ways, apparently.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's always the funniest part is the whole like, yeah, I'm not French, but I want to feel more important than the peasants around me, so I'm going to pronounce things like Frenchmen.
Mm.
You also have the big fact that if you don't speak French, you're not really Norman. If you're not really Norman, you don't really have claim to the Duchy of Normandy. And if you don't have claim to the Duchy of Normandy, why are the Norman lords paying the taxes and not the King of France that does speak French?
Right. Yeah.
So,
Doesn't seem very French of you.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
And,
it was a very cultural thing, and you're changing your accent so you can fit the new land you're now ruling, and yeah, there was a lot of shit going on that changed accents, and it wasn't until the monks. Again, people shit on the monks. People shit on the monks a lot. I've seen in historical fiction. The monks did a lot.
Well, that's because it's funny to dunk on the monks because I was forced to go to Catholic school.
they worship God?
I
I
was
mean,
forced to go to
basically, yeah.
Catholic school and I hated it.
But yeah, it's just like the monks did a lot. They rectified the calendar, fairly accurately, all things considered. They universalized English. I believe the monks also in France, the monks came up with measurements, universal measurements.
Yeah.
So
also,
yeah.
the largest library in all of England after the fall of the Roman Empire, or the Western Roman Empire, I should say,
Yeah.
was actually preserved by a monk, and it was all of 10 books in Latin that he himself personally smuggled to his monastery at risk of death because the manuscripts were illuminated and therefore valuable. And they were very valuable plunder. And the only reason we have most of the Greek and Roman writings we do have is either because there was I think it was Maimonides, who was a Jew in the Umayyad Caliphate, who translated that into who translated the old texts, and also because of European monks who would protect books, often to extreme personal detriment, um, because books were incredibly valuable. They were incredibly expensive. Not just because it's a piece of paper, but because an illuminated manuscript could very well have a large quantity of literal gold and gems in it. And so they would sometimes pay huge ransoms to preserve these writings, even if they didn't understand them, and then painstakingly, letter by letter, line by line, copy them down.
Right, yeah.
And so these were people who, in some cases, devoted literal years of their lives to a single work. And the only reason we have these sources are because the monks protected them.
Not only
And-
that, like the entire Norse history, as as much shit as you can rightfully give the monks for Christianizing it, without the monks writing it down, almost the entirety of Norse history and legends would have been lost.
It's same for the Irish.
Thank you, Snorri.
Snorri Sturluson.
No, his name was literally Snorri.
I thought his last name was Sturluson.
Might have been. Yeah, the Irish as well, because they kept their history on those wood stabs or whatever, except like only one person in each village could fucking read it, and it was like really dumb way to keep your history. But yeah, the monks wrote that shit down too.
And they did what they could, because I think in a lot of cases, when you're a monk and you're told, well, hey, you need to write about all these different pagan gods, there was no idea of, hey, we should preserve this stuff. A big part of that idea was, hey, these pagans are misremembering stuff from the Bible, or are talking about spirits rather than actual deities.
Well, I mean, it was
They-
actually more like along the lines of because the Christianity around that time was really big on the whole absorption, in where locals worshipped the earth spirit, and the people who could write down their legends would be like, oh well, the earth spirit's actually either some sort of saint or it's God, and they would just
yeah,
rewrite the
Saint
myth
Griffin.
to basically be the same, except replace Earth Spirit with God, and put some Bible-y parts into there and some stuff like that. And then they'd be like, "Hey guys, we wrote down your legend. It's this stuff," and they'd be like, "Oh, okay." I mean, that sounds mostly right.
Isn't that what they explicitly did with Norse mythology?
Yes,
Because
no,
Norse
explicitly
mythology
with Norse,
ends
yeah.
with- Yeah. And so they were like, hey, this is a good way to convert them and to get them to stop stabbing.
Christianity adopted a whole bunch of holidays. Saturnalia. They adopted Easter. They adopted
Christmas was
the
Yule.
solstices. They adopted Yule. Yeah, well,
As it-
Saturnalia, Yule was the same thing basically.
Yeah.
As it
But,
turns out, it's really easy to just integrate holidays you already have into a new belief system.
Yeah, I will
well-
say that.
Well, no, it wasn't. It wasn't even that. It was quite literally they were trying to make progress in the area of converting the area, and so they would approach the area, learn their culture, write the shit down in their books in their way, and go, hey, guys, look, we're basically the same. We both celebrate on the 21st, except we just call it Christmas, and you call it Saturnalia. And I think really, if we just share our celebration, then everything will be great. And the people of the area were like, well, I mean, yeah, that does sound pretty good. Yeah, that's fine. You celebrate it, we celebrate it. That sounds pretty good. We're like the same thing. Like, that's what they use to get into certain areas in terms of converting the locals, is by just adopting the locals' customs and rewriting it a bit to fit their own culture. And over time, the locals were like, well, one side's writing this down and the other side wasn't writing it down, and so the only records left were the ones that were being written down by the monks.
And as that is slightly overrepresented in modern day discourse, I will say.
Certainly.
But no, it was a very useful tool, because it was a way of establishing commonalities and reducing the foreignness, the otherness of the traditions. One thing I will say, is that the big problem, of course, because we did start talking about fan fiction, and translation errors, is when monks wrote things down wrong sometimes. We get whole new words.
Yeah. We also really get the river, and the desert, and the forest.
And the hill.
I really like that one British town.
Is desert.
I really like that one British town that's actually the word town in like French, German, Saxon, Welsh, and Latin.
It's surprising because Latin is Latin and Welsh is Welsh.
Well, no, it's because each group that occupied the village at a time would occupy the village, be like, okay, what's the village called? Bergenstein. Okay, so this is going to be Bergenstein Village, and the word village would be in their language, but then when the new group came in, they'd be like, okay, what's the village called? Oh, well, everyone calls it Bergenstein Village. Oh, well, it's Bergenstein Village Wall now, because wall means village in our language. And then so as each group reoccupied the area, they're like, okay, what's the name of the village? And now we have village, 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 village. But in a bunch of different languages. And it's just like, God damn it, guys.
And, you know, that's the fun thing about history. You get good stuff like that. But to end on advice for writing medieval fan fiction, look at how the medievals wrote about themselves. They wrote quite prolifically.
Yeah.
They had a lot of art. And they also explain why they think the way they do a lot of times. So, you know, if you're trying to write something like A Song of Ice and Fire, Sneaky very eloquently put one time, you're writing mud punk. You're not writing actual historical fiction. But if you want to give it a flair, like Martin wants to, he wants to give it a flair, then you've got to remember that one big thing is to write about them the way they would have written about themselves. And yes, everything might have a cynical bend at a certain point, but these were a deeply sentimental people. These were people who existed in a world where God was real, active, and verifiably so. And it doesn't really matter who you're talking about. If you can talk about any kind of pagan, you can talk about Islam, Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. These are religions which acknowledge the reality of the spiritual and the transcendentality of it.
I think without getting too deep into it, I think the best way to put it is if you do want to write medieval fantasy correctly, and by correctly, I don't mean accurately. I mean in a non-derogatory way. I think the best way to go about writing medieval fantasy would be to not assume that because you're basing the premise of the setting on a inspired concept from an era 600 years ago, 800 years ago, 1200 years ago, that doesn't mean that everyone is going to be stupid or hold completely backwards beliefs that have no reason or rhyme to them. Simply because, oh, well, they were just dumb back then. Like, it just don't write it insultingly. Maybe they do have a silly belief, but make the reason the silly belief is because, you know, every time the king kills his wife, he dies of a lightning strike the next day. And so people just kind of believe that you shouldn't kill your wife because the fucking gods will just strike you with lightning. It just so happened that it happened. You can make it real, you can make it not real, but you can make the source of some silly belief they have to have been something that did happen maybe hundreds of years ago that everyone just kept telling everyone else that because it's like, well, you know, I don't want to be struck by lightning.
Yeah, and the thing is if that happened once, and, you know, like right after, that'd be a big deal. It'd be like, holy crap. That's a really clear sign you shouldn't do that.
Exactly, and it's like, just, you don't need to be, like, super... I mean, you don't even really need to be respectful to religion in general, but you should at least be respectful to the people of the era.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not even that, like, if you want to write the religion of this fantasy story to be the stereotypical evil, corrupt church that doesn't actually have a god and they're just using it to control the population, then you can do it. But I'm more talking about, don't write the people being stupid or having backwards beliefs just because they are based off of a group of people that might have lived 1200 years ago, being that that's the sole reason. Like, don't write people as stupid just because they weren't born in 1995.
They weren't born in the enlightened age of just a year after my birth. That means they're bad.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you can construct whatever you want for the cultures and the religions and the whatever, but don't just have everyone be some sort of medieval Hollywood caricature simply because you view them as inferior because they were born in the year 1200.
On top of that, obviously you don't have to write them as nice people.
Sure, yeah.
But you should write them as people who live in a point in time where being disrespectful to another person can get you challenged to a duel and your head cut off.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is that people really? This is something I see just fail absolutely in sci-fi because people have no forward imagination. But I see this fail pretty often in medieval fantasy of just like, back in the day, there wasn't a whole lot of international law or even national law going about. Like, if you really fucked up, yeah, they would probably put some bounty posters out for you and put them in the city or whatever, keep everyone's eye out. But, like, there wasn't a computer for them to keep a record of all this. There wasn't really, like, a good way of making sure every guard had seen your face. Sure, they could distribute posters, but it's not like a guard can be like, oh shit, is that the guy? Pull out their phone and page through all the wanted posters and be like, oh shit, that is the guy, and then call it in on his radio. It's like, no, he doesn't have any of that shit. If he does spot you, he's got to go run to the local outpost, tell them, they got to run back, they're going to try and fight you, possibly. Maybe they'll kill you during it, maybe they won't. But everyone else in this time period knows those things, right? They're not going to, more often than not. Of course, you have your plenty of idiots, right? But people aren't generally just going to be like, oh, well, I'm just going to go steal this horse because I can, ha ha ha. No, because that could get you killed. So generally, people didn't do that. Oh, I'm going to go steal this guy's dowry, ha ha. That gets you killed. So people generally didn't do that.
Or if you did, you had to be very careful about it, and it could still, if you were a bandit, you lived in a state where anyone could legally kill you if you were an outlaw.
Right, yeah, it wasn't, if you came across a caravan, you got your ass beat instead of you beaten ass, then they weren't required by law to arrest you and tie you up and take you to the nearest guard station for processing so you can get a fair trial in front of a jury and judge. No, they would just fucking gut you right there and be like, all right, well, toss them into the ditch.
If you had got them, and if they had anything remotely useful, take it. Otherwise, leave them for vultures.
Yeah, like
this isn't D&D, and your DM wants to make sure that you don't leave after the first session.
Right.
No, it's on the flip side, guest right was taken absolutely seriously. No, there were a lot of crimes, there were a lot of murders, but things like guest right were deadly serious because if you start breaking social standards, what's stopping you from murdering your host?
Right,
your
exactly.
Host from murdering you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of things people got to keep in mind, and they don't. I see it very often happening, where they approach it. They try and write a medieval fantasy story with a very modern lens to everything, and it's kind of just.
Yeah. Or medieval people react like how modern people would about some of the most inane actions that just don't make sense.
Yeah, the wouldn't matter to them because they have more important things than worrying about that.
I'm gonna head out. Good night, gamers.
No, yeah, we're closing out.
I should
Oh,
probably
well,
go
then I'll
too
just
as well.
wait.
Yeah, closing out.
As
All
we
right.
know,
Well, yep.
on homosexuality, do you guys want to put this down?
Yeah, sure.
They didn't care as much as people think they did.
Yeah.
You still had to have kids. You still had to,
Sure,
if
yeah.
you were a noble, do your job, or if you're a peasant, have someone to give your trade to. You kind of have to have kids.
Yeah.
So it's. I think the Japanese are probably a good example. It's when you're a kid or younger, I should say, you can do some things, but when you're an adult, you have to have kids. Um, if you're a blacksmith, you can have apprentices, but you need children, sons especially, to pass your smithy on to.
Well, not just the
Um,
smithy, more importantly, your secrets.
This is how we make this specific alloy. This is how we use these specific tools. This is how we manage to make ring mail in such a clever way.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And that goes for every trade.
Yeah.
So
But yeah,
they didn't go, ew, burn the witch. Ew. Most of the time it was just like, it's weird. Go over there, repent. We actually
stop
have
being
legal
weird.
cases of that too. And usually the punishment is you need to say like 10,000 prayers, but you say the 10,000 prayers and you're forgiven. Go on, we have more important things to deal with.
Or go make a pilgrimage in just swaddling
Yeah,
cloth.
literally go to the shrine of Saint such and such, say your prayers there, and donate this small religious icon, and bring me back the stamp proving you made your pilgrimage, and you're forgiven.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's there's a lot of work that people forget on that sort of shit. But it is currently 11 o'clock, so we will wish everyone a good old night, and reminder to come back on Tuesday.